Good afternoon and welcome to the Wednesday, February 9th, 2022 School Board of Alachua County workshop. I wanted to give you a couple of changes in sequence here. We're going to switch the positions of the strategic planning and the ESE. So ESE will come second, and the strategic planning will be third. Also, I just think for clarity's sake, we're going to allow or have citizen input after each item, if there is citizen input, and we will have board discussion after each item. So we're not discussing four things at once. So hopefully that'll work well. And at this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Edwards. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Hyatt, board members, and Dr. Simon. Today I'm here to talk about Going Mary. We're very excited about this opportunity. And it won't be a long presentation, but I think it will provide some clarity about how we will provide scholarship access for students throughout the district. So first, I would like to share what our traditional process has been within our school district. At each of our high schools in Alachua County public schools, each school has been responsible for sharing scholarships on their individual pages. So you can see on this particular page, which was taken from Buchholz's site, that they have a list under their school counseling page that says financial aid. It gives some descriptions, and then there are links that actually go to the page. But then when you transition to Gainesville High School, you see that the page does not look at all like Buchholz's page. They have some scholarship search engines, and then they have a format that's more like an Excel spreadsheet that also gives specific categories for students to look at and click links to go to individual scholarships. Whereas Hawthorne High School has more of a narrative form in the center of their page and has some of the scholarship sites listed over to the right-hand side. They do also have some other links that are on the bottom. And so if you go from school to school, you'll see that there is variance across schools. Having previously worked as the assistant principal of student services at Eastside High School and being responsible for sharing scholarship information, we also had something different at our school. We sent out, in the first couple of years that I was there, a newsletter from the school counseling department that highlighted the scholarships that went directly to our students so that they can open that up in their emails. And then we moved from that to sending out things to the class cohort so that the entire class would receive the direct links, and any local scholarships that were provided for us, they were attached to that for students. But again, this is not a similar process across the district. In my experience, what I typically would do is I'd go onto different pages at different schools across the district to see if other schools were able to find scholarships that I was not aware of and then add them to my newsletter. That doesn't really make a lot of sense in terms of the need for each individual school to have to navigate that process. I also recognize that when we had interns at particular schools, they may have a longer list of scholarship opportunities provided at that school because they had an additional person who could dedicate their time to finding those scholarships. So what we have done is partnered with a program or an agency entitled Going Mary. And the objectives of the program is to have an easy process for equitable access throughout our district, but also provides, FAFSA support. That's our federal financial aid. So when we look at that, one of the things that we want to focus on is the fact that this will help us navigate the process, demystify the language, allow for there to be some commonalities that helps to motivate our students to complete scholarships, because it can be a daunting process. When they're in their senior year, they have so many things that are going on. They're excited about the opportunity to move into their post-secondary experience, but they have testing that they have to go through. They have a lot of they're looking forward to prom. They're looking forward to, their dances and their athletic events and extracurricular activities. But then they're still trying to apply to colleges and then scholarships, and they're overwhelmed. And not every family system has necessarily had people within their family who have gone through this process that can direct them. When students would try to work with one another, say for instance, they had a friend at another school, then that peer-to-peer help was difficult if they're not looking at the same thing. So we wanted to provide an opportunity for students to have that common language. The same would be true, for instance, if an older sibling had gone to a magnet program. Say I was accepted to go to the Cambridge program at GHS, but I may be zoned at a different high school. If I were to come now in this year and to ask my older brother or sister to help me navigate through this experience in terms of where to go and look, that's different from person to person, from school to school. And so, again, we want to make sure that this common language exists. The same would be true as mentors who come in, whether they're with the Education Foundation or any other entity within our district who are helping students. We would like to be able to share with those mentors, this is the way that we work around scholarships within our district. It also will provide for us community postings, and so our local scholarships will be able to be uploaded to this program. And so that means that our community agencies who would like to have scholarships posted would be able to send them to one place. So we've created within our school district an email that's scholarships@gm.sbac.edu. And so now, if I am in a local agent or somewhere, actually even outside of Gaines, but want to have a scholarship advertised, I would send it to that one email. Every school would forward it to that one email. And then through our volunteer office, Ms. Costomo is working with a volunteer who is going to be uploading that information for us to the Going Mary site. So this allows for us to have local and national listings all in one place. The program will also afford counselors the opportunities to see a dashboard and receive counselor reports that tells them how many students have actually applied to scholarships, how many have completed their profile, and actually how many students, if they have a profile, have also completed their FAFSA, and it gives them real-time data as to where they are in that process. So this allows for our families to have assistance, because when they are working on the FAFSA form, it will actually tell them step by step what they need to do, what needs to be uploaded, what documents they need to fulfill, and information they need to gather in order to successfully complete the FAFSA. If you have children who have gone through this process, you know that completing the FAFSA for the very first time can be an overwhelming experience. And then the program also has an app available, and it has a help center. So if I'm doing this on the weekend or at night and my counselor isn't available, I do have help available to me. So we're just going to watch a very short video.
Meet Jack. He's a student hoping to go to college, but he's worried about the high costs. He knows scholarships exist, but it's so hard to find and apply to them. Always being redirected, always re-entering the same information, and so many scams. But what if there was a better way? Now there is. Going Mary is your one-stop shop for scholarships. This means 1, you can apply directly to multiple scholarships. You never leave our site. 2, we autofill all of the information from your profile into each application, saving you time. 3, we've checked each scholarship for common essay questions, so you can minimize the number of essays you have to write. And 4, every scholarship has an estimated application time to help you prioritize which ones to do. So how does it work? Firstly, add your basic information, interests, and school details. We then match you to scholarships you're eligible for. And finally, you submit applications directly to any scholarship. And that's it. You're Going Mary.
So, board members, superintendent, I think if you could think back to your experiences, I would often say to students, you're so fortunate to be able to have a link in an email. I had to go to the library, look in a book, take the things out, write out what we're going to do, put it in a typewriter, type it up, put it in an envelope, mail it off, and hope that the people actually received it. And so this process, to know that it can be streamlined so in the beginning, when they're actually filling out their profile, that's the most time that they would really take in developing this. But if they take the time to do that, then it filters for them what scholarships are available so that they're not having to go through these multiple searches. And that's just an amazing opportunity for kids in time and saving time. So who benefits from this? Everyone. It is absolutely free. So even for students who are not a part of our school district, if they wanted to, because we have received these questions already, if they wanted to participate in this, they can go to goingmary.com and actually sign up independently, and it still won't be any cost. But for our students, we actually uploaded our high school students, 9th through 12th grade, as well as our charter high schools, and those students received a welcome message from Going Mary, and it looks like this message that was shared with this high school student. It says, "Hey, Antonique, Santa Fe High School is now partnering with Going Mary to help you apply for scholarships and financial aid. As a part of the partnership, your school has asked us to set up an account for you. You can go now and sign in with these details." And it provides a username and a temporary password, and then they can sign in, and it goes on to talk about the FAFSA and the process. And so we did send out information to the schools so that they were able to allow their student bodies to know that when they receive this welcome message, not to delete it, it's not a scam, it's appropriate, and that yes, you can click on the link. So all of our high school students should have received this so that they have a temporary password and a username. After that has happened and they change their password, they get a message from Going Mary. 3 easy steps: fill out your profile, pick a match scholarship, fill out an autofill application. And so just really simple process, and they get started. Our counselors get that quick reporting dashboard. And so as you can see here on the bottom portion, they can see how many students are registered within our school, and they can see the applications that are actually in process here. So 13 students, it's just an example. There's 102 applications in process, and then 18 of those have been submitted. So they can actually drill down even further if necessary. And so this is a meaningful partnership. Part of the slogan for Going Mary is helping all students access life-changing education. And so together we want to do that for all of our students and make this process as simplistic as possible. We do know that there are some kinks as we are working on this right now, and so I'd want to openly share those and had an opportunity. And that's because we're getting started, and so in order for the local scholarships to be uploaded, there's a process that has to be followed by Going Mary, and so our volunteer from the volunteer office is doing that, but it's time consuming. And so we can only do one huge upload in the course of the year. They're not going to upload every single time. And so as that is taking place, we're going to have these streamlined scholarships that are offered from each of our schools. They're gathered together. Those lists have already been taken from the volunteer office. And so we'll be moving to make sure that those lists are the same on each of our schools' pages so that everyone can see what all the local scholarships are, so that while we're waiting for the link that takes them there and have our local scholarships available on the Going Mary link, that none of our students miss opportunities to apply for our local scholarships. Because right now they're doing the uploads. We don't want for people to say, oh, well, we were waiting, we thought it was on Going Mary, oh, wait, how come it wasn't on the page? So we'll make sure that that is accessible to everyone in the process. And I just wanted to take the time to actually thank so many people who worked to make this happen. This clearly is not something that I just did on my own. We had to work together with information and technology departments, data analytics. Taylor had a really good and strong part in this. Jeannie Fox, really grateful for the work that they have done to make this happen with our staff attorney, just overlooking and ensuring the safety of our kids through this process. The volunteer office, to be able to stand on the shoulders of volunteers to ensure that our school counselors don't have another task that they have to do, but instead we're eliminating that responsibility, and we can count on volunteers from our community to make that happen, is phenomenal. The voice of the school counselors as to what is important, as well as the charter schools, and being able to get that feedback from Mr. Green and talking to them as to whether they wanted to be included in this process. And then finally with the Education Foundation that sat through those initial meetings with us, and is also looking to see if we're able to put all of our Education Foundation scholarship information in this bank as we move forward. So thank you to the team that worked to make this happen. And so for those who are interested, you can go find out more at goingmary.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any citizen input on the presentation? No one on the phone either? Do we have board member comments or discussion? Ms. Certain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for the presentation. And like you said, I wondered where this was back in '85 when I graduated, but even in '13 when my daughter graduated, I actually drove off without the binder that we accumulated for her for scholarships. But I did have two questions, if I could direct them to her. Do you want them to be you, Mr. Chair? Do you want me to? Okay.
Yes.
So I saw that the SBAC email is used, .edu, for the students, and I understand why that is for 9 through 12, and I think that's good. After the students graduate, how long do they have access to that SBAC email address? And I'm asking because there were a couple of scholarships that my daughter applied for that had renewals, and they sent out a link. And two, we didn't even realize that they would offer a renewal after that. And so had we not had access, she wasn't monitoring that email account, she would have missed that. So I just thought that I would ask that question.
Great question, and so they can change that to be their personal email, and it can follow them forever. As long as they are in school and they want to utilize it, they can maintain their account.
Okay, so they could change that, update that, okay. And the other question I had, and I'm not sure if this is, so you said the Education Foundation scholarships, you're trying to work through that process to get those uploaded. So right now, initially, they're not ongoing, Mary?
No, and so our local scholarships are not currently seen on the Going Mary site, and because of and we had a meeting about this, the deadlines that were coming so quickly for many of our scholarships, we didn't want to interrupt that process. Okay. So we're continuing on the way that we've always done things with the Ed Foundation.
Through that portal?
Mm-hmm. But they are looking into joining forces with us, so everything will be in one place for all entities, and so we're excited about that. So.
Okay, thank you. I think this is really good. When we say the Going Mary app, I was thinking of an app on a mobile device, so it sounds like we can access this from a desktop.
Yes, you can access it from a desktop, but you can also download it as an app.
For a mobile device?
On your phone,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all that I have. I think I could see nothing good but this because, as you said, my experience was doing it the paper way, and my daughter's experience was a lot of some were paper, and then there were some portals that you had to, but you had to maintain usernames and passwords. So with one central location, I think that is a step in the right direction and may make the process a little bit more manageable for some students because it is very time consuming. By the time April came, my daughter was like, if you ask me to write one more essay, I'm screaming. But we got through it and we're still friends.
Very good.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Certain. Any other board members have a comment or a question? Well, I did want to say, this takes me back to 40 years ago when I was working in the financial aid office at UF, and we actually were awarding funds using, well, we're just doing math with a pencil and paper, and that we had a whole room of folks that were doing that. That was my summer job, and between assistantships, and this is so great. You know, the only question I had is about the deadline, because you mentioned that instead of little incremental uploads, it's going to be the big upload. So how does that work? And as far as making sure that everyone gets their data in on time?
So each of the schools has an outline of scholarships that they have available currently. What the volunteer office did is they pulled all of that information from each of those pages and they compiled it together on one Excel document. When we recognize that all of the local scholarships are not currently available and may be coming up on deadlines, the question that I had and actually just spoke with Ms. Costomo about was, can we just take that streamlined, where it's all inclusive for all of the schools, and upload them to every page so that it is the same across the board while we're waiting for the upload to go into this program? We don't want kids to miss deadlines because we're transitioning. So we are trying to make, and that's an easy fix, right? That's uploading to a page. Everything will still be there. But as we move into the goingmary.com, it won't just be a list where you're clicking it. The benefit of it being in goingmary.com is that now the kids will also have an opportunity for those scholarships to be filtered for them. And so and when you talked about the general upload, there is one massive upload that happens in the course of the year. So we have to do all of those at one time, but those scholarships that are annual would be there, they would remain there. And next year, we would add any additional scholarships that we want. It's not like one time forever. Right. So we have the opportunities. We just need to make sure that we are adding things as necessary. Most of the scholarships that are listed on the pages for the schools are ones that are annual right now anyhow. So they're ones that we trust because we don't want to just add any scholarship that someone calls us about.
Well, I think this is a very nice step forward, and maybe the best argument is when you look at the different pages from different schools, and why reinvent the wheel, and why not make sure that all students at all schools have access to the most. And so I think that's a really, really good amount of progress. Thank you and your team for working on this, and I think it will be a big success. And I also like that price tag. that was also impressive.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, next, Ms. Simpson.
All right, so first, thank you, Chairman Hyatt, board members, Superintendent Simon. I'm excited to be here today and have the opportunity to share with you just sort of where we are on the exceptional student education side of the house and all the things that are happening. Before we talk about that side of the house, I would like to give a quick shout out that it is National School Counseling Week, as you know, for our counselors, as well as student support services. So certainly we have a lot going on in our district to be very proud of and appreciative of. And so that is another side of the house that's over at Fernside. So can't speak of ESE without including them today. Just to sort of, for those of you that are in the room that may not be as familiar with exceptional student education in general, or those of you that may be listening today, I just want to speak a little bit about what those services are. That for students that are eligible for special education services, they can receive services as early as age 3 in the public schools, and also up until the end of the semester in which they turn 22 years of age. So I think when you look at what is encompassed out of exceptional student education, there is quite a lot that goes on across that span of time. Also in the state of Florida, Gifted education is included under the Bureau of Exceptional Student Education. So when we look at what's happening in Alachua County, we have over 4,000 students from preschool up until that age 22 that are currently identified for services. And we have slightly over 4,000 from kindergarten through grade 12 for gifted eligibility. When we talk about exceptional student education and when we talk about providing services for our students, what's important to always remember is that our students are general education students first. So that when we talk about that, what it means is that they're receiving the services, the supports from all of the programs that are taking place, and that the exceptional student education services are in addition to that because of the need for those specialized instructional services. So when you look right here, this really is just sort of a picture and a reminder for us. As a department, our students and our families are at the center of everything that we do. Each of the bubbles there is an area where there is a supervisor assigned additional responsibilities and supports to provide for students, for families, and for our schools. So you'll see we have discipline, truancy, and pre-K. We have health services. Many of our students, certainly with IEPs for exceptional student education supports, have health needs as well. So we work very closely together. School counseling, you guys are very familiar that you've recently approved and we have interviewed for and I believe hired a mental health supervisor in the district. So that will be something that will help support our students as we move forward as well. We have our system of care when we look at the social work supports and services that we're providing out across the district. And then we have our 4 ESE supervisors in the school support, okay? And that's where we're gonna focus next. And as we go along, my guess is you'll have questions, just write those down and we'll try to answer those at the end, and anything that we're not able to answer, I'll certainly get back with you. But hopefully as we progress through this, a lot of those questions will naturally be answered for you. When we look at how we're providing services for students, when we look at children, when we look at families that need additional supports, it's important for us that families have a familiar person to reach out to. I think the individualized education plan process is oftentimes overwhelming. When I think of families and the calls that we get, you know, parents want to know, how does that process work? What's the evaluation look like? What would potential services look like? And then when they have questions or concerns that come up from the school, they need someone to reach out to as well. So the way that our model is set up currently is that families can have one go-to person, one contact, so they become familiar and they become comfortable with that person. So the ESE supervisors are outlined by school tracks to some extent. We did this as closely as we could. We pulled the records from zoning to look at what the feeder patterns were. So that certainly it's not perfect. Schools divide and go in different directions, but where we could create opportunities for families to have that relationship over time, because we know how important relationships are to success, we wanted to have that stability for our families. We also wanted that same level of stability and outreach for our schools. So we weren't looking at, do I call this person, do I call this person, do I call this person? In time, our hope is that these teams are going to be deeply embedded in those schools because they're not going to as many schools. I'm going to become up close, intimate. I am going to be in the trenches with you in your school. So what you will see is currently we have 3 supervisors. The 4th supervisor we interviewed for last week. We had an administrator from the elementary, an administrator for secondary, and an administrator from one of our center schools that took place in that interview process. So we will have that 4th position filled very soon. That position has been open for right at a month now. So what we've done, if you'll look on your sheet, there are schools that have an asterisk. Those in the first 3 columns means it's only temporarily there. It was for this month while we're filling that position to make sure that all schools were covered, and that when needs were there were folks who could certainly rise to the occasion and go and meet those needs, and they've done an excellent job of doing that, of stepping up and supporting their schools. So as we work and we've created that plan for supervisors, we've also completed that same plan for what's called our teachers on special assignment. And those are our teachers that work in our department that are also boots on the ground whenever there are schools that say, we're really struggling, we have a child with high behavior need, we really need someone to help us with that functional behavior assessment, which is where we dig in and we look at what's happening, what's going on to maybe influence that behavior. Where can we influence and change that behavior to help that child be more successful? Or it might be that teacher on special assignment is providing particular academic supports to a teacher, coaching them to help them meet with greater success with an individual student or with a group of students. So what we've also done again is try to get you concentrated to one set of schools so everyone knows who is their contact person. And again, so that's relationships with parents, but that's also relationships with schools that will develop and deepen over time. It is our hope that, and certainly our expectation that we'll continue to grow that team approach. And so as we move along, and we'll talk about that some more, but we would like to get our staffing specialists aligned to that same way of work, our school psychologists aligned to that same way of work. We complete those schedules for what schools and individual services in the summer. So that would be our natural time, but just think how strong our teams can develop if I'm not going as many places and the team isn't shifting as often. You can develop that deep way of work. As we build that core team that I just talked about, there are those vacancies. I mentioned that there was the one vacancy for the ESE supervisor that we have since interviewed for. We have 9 staffing specialists that are approved and written into the grant. And so staffing specialists, those are the folks that are serving at the school level, and they support the compliance, the paperwork, all of those nuts and bolts pieces for schools. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to sit in an IEP meeting. When I think of families, it's like you're sitting through buying a house, buying a car. There's lots of paperwork and a lot of language that is new to you, because we all know in the world of education we speak in acronyms. And for us, it's a very natural way of work. But for families, it can be really intimidating when you come in, and especially if you don't know the other folks on the other side of the table. So those staffing specialists are key to helping that process along. We do have 2 vacancies in that area that we were hoping to interview for last week. Actually, we did have a second administrative team ready to go for those interviews, but we have many, many applicants, and many, many applicants that are from within the district, and we were just not able to pull that off for last week. But we will be interviewing for those 2 vacancies soon. And then we have 12 school psychologists currently. Our school psychologists, there is 1 vacancy that has opened up this year. 2 of those vacancies have been on the books for a couple of years. I think 1 like several years back and 1 maybe 2 years back. So in terms of the way of work, we're really down 1 in terms of what has been budgeted in our IDA grant, which is our Individuals with Education Act grant. But over time, there have been more, and there's the potential for getting more to provide additional supports for our students. So we've talked about how we provide services to schools, but let's talk now about how are our parents feeling. Let's do some celebrations, because the ESE Parent Survey is something that comes out each and every year. When the ESE Parent Survey comes out, it's sent out electronically where parents can go online and they can answer questions about how they're feeling about their particular school and the services and the supports that they're getting. It's also in a paper format, so parents have the option of completing it on paper, and we can send that in as well. Currently, the ESE survey is open. It opened at the beginning of February, and it is in electronic format at this point in time, and we have pushed that out to our families. Ms. Johnson has, and thank you, and we will continue to push that out. And as soon as the paper copies are available, we will get that out to our families as well. But when we look at the survey from last school year, we can see the state's response rate and the state's percentage of meeting the standard for success based upon parent surveys, and then you can see ours. So across the state and our district as well, you can see the response rate is not real high. It's oftentimes difficult to get folks to complete surveys. I have to be honest, it's a little bit lengthy, and at times can be somewhat, I think, confusing when you read through some of those questions. So I can see where some parents might look at that and go, I'll come back to that later, just because of the number of questions. But I do want to encourage any parents that are here today or any parents that are listening, please complete that survey, because this is where we get to hear what's working, what we're doing right, where are our opportunities for growth. So when we look at that, 82.1%, we're right there with the state in terms of parent satisfaction for preschool. When we look at K-12, we're actually above the state in terms of how our parents were feeling. We were at 83.3%, and the state was at 81.1%. Now, that's an average. So, of course, if you look school by school, there is variability in terms of how parents are feeling about that process. And that's where we, internally look, where do we need to provide additional supports. But our response rate was also higher than the state. So I'm going to say kudos to our parents and thank you for completing that survey. Now, this is very new data in terms of being transparent. We received this less than 2 weeks ago from the state. But I do think it's quality information because it lets us know that, okay, we know how we're providing supports to schools and providing supports to families in terms of our resources out of our office. We know how parents are feeling about the services they've been receiving. But now let's look at how are we performing academically? How are we meeting the academic needs of our students with disabilities? Schools, you're familiar with our CI schools, right? So the state also has what's called TSI schools. That's where schools are identified across the state for targeted support and improvement. This is where a school may not be showing concern if you look overall at the entire school, but it's where students in a particular subgroup may be struggling. So it lets us get in the weeds. It lets us dig deep and determine how can we best support those schools and ultimately those students and those families. So this is based upon the most recent data, so that came out from 2021 state assessments. And this is data over the last 4 assessments. We have 11 elementary schools. We have 10 that are our traditional, public brick and mortar schools, and 1 charter school that's identified in that group as needing targeted support and improvement based upon the performance of our students with disabilities. 6 of those schools have been on the list in need of that level of support for 3 years now. 1 for 2 years, and 3 of those, this is the first consecutive year, is how that's worded, for needing supports. When we look at middle schools, we have 6 of our middle schools, and all 6 of those have been on that list for 3 consecutive years now. When we look at our high schools, we see that our 5 high schools are showing need for targeted support, again, related specifically, I'm only speaking to our students with disabilities. 1 is for 3 consecutive years. 1, this is their first consecutive year on the list, and there are 3 that this is the first time that they've been put on that list. And then we have 2 combination schools. So, if we have a school that's serving an elementary grade level or a middle high school level, that would fall into that bucket or that description. And so we have 2 of our schools that fit that. 1 that has been on the list for 3 years and 1 for 1 consecutive year. So we have not dug really deep with this because, like I said, this is less than 2 weeks old, the information that we received. But Mr. Berry, the curriculum department, and I met with someone from the Problem-Solving Response to Intervention group is what it's called. It's a project that works underneath or out of the Bureau of Exceptional Student Education at the Florida Department of Education. Their job traditionally has been to work with schools on general education problem solving such that we may not need special education supports and services for students. This year, they have been targeted with working specifically with our schools that have been identified in need of targeted support and improvement. So we did a follow-up meeting with Beth Hardcastle from the project last Friday, and we had a larger group, our multi-tiered system of support group. I know we have lots of different terms that we throw out there, but that's our group that encompasses curriculum, general education, psychologists, special education, all working together to look at how do we put supports in schools for our students that are struggling. So that team was able to get this information, and now where we are right now is at a place of looking further at the data, discussing more, how could we potentially benefit from partnering with the problem-solving response to intervention group. So when we look at the services, it's also important to look at a breakdown. Is this something that's specific to English language arts? Is this something that might be inclusive of our math? I do know I think a couple of years ago, we were targeted for some middle school work in math, and then the pandemic hit. And so things certainly change, and our ability to work and to problem solve and to conquer some of these tasks when students are at home is certainly somewhat difficult for us, needless to say. So we look historically and see how our students without disabilities, those without individualized education plans, are performing compared to our students with disabilities that have specialized instructional services. So in ELA, you'll see the percentage of students there on the top that are scoring a level 3 and above on the Florida State assessments. And we have data from 2014 to last spring. And this is taken from the Florida Department of Education, the EduStats platform. So if you wanted to look at that information yourself at any point in time. And then you can also see where our students with disabilities are performing, and that's there in yellow. So when we look at, again, where do we need to target? Is this something specific to English language arts? Is this something we need to dig deep and also provide additional supports in the area of math as we work and move forward? We see a very similar pattern for our students with disabilities when we look at math. And our best hope is over time, as we dig in deep, as a team, as a district, with our schools, is that we would see a closing of the gap. And that our yellow line would begin to go up over time. So as part of the process now, we've looked at where are we performing academically, so we know where to target next, where should our supports be focused. We need to look at how we're servicing students. We're required by statute to formally look at how we're serving students every 3 years. So the last time we participated in what's called the Best Practices for Inclusive Education assessment was 2019, so it's that time again. So we are starting that process currently. Our ESE supervisors are working with schools and scheduling times with their teams to do a self-assessment and look at where we are with providing supports for our students with disabilities. And again, the charge is to provide the supports in what's called the least restrictive environment. And by least restrictive environment, what we mean is our students are receiving services whenever it is appropriate to meet their needs alongside of their peers that do not have IEPs, so that they are truly included in all of those rich general education opportunities that are happening within schools. And the Florida Inclusion Network helps us with that self-assessment process. I'm not sure if any of you have worked as part of the team a few years back when we did that, but we will be completing a district self-assessment as well, and we are doing that in early March. So when we look at where we are with our inclusive education, we set goals. The state says you have to set at least one goal, but you can set more goals. So we're going to look at the goals that were set back in 2019. The first goal there was to decrease disproportionality in discipline as it relates to our students with disabilities. And so I'm going to say a big celebration and kudos. The department has for some time and continues to pull and look at that data. There's a report that's put together every single week where we look at how are we doing? Where are our students? Where are we struggling? Is it across the board that we're struggling? Are there particular schools we might need to provide additional coaching or support to in regards to discipline? So our dark blue line there is our data from is for our students with disabilities. So again, students that have an IEP is in dark blue. That's all students with disabilities. Our light blue is our African American students with disabilities. Those were the two areas that we were targeted with looking at here. So 14% of our students in the district have an IEP, okay? So I want to say, I should be right, I think it's 18% of our students that are African American have an IEP. So when I'm just looking across the board to see what are our ratios, it's nice to see, one, are we going down if we were concerned with disproportionality? And two, how close are we to what that percentage is? So you will see over time that we have gone down from 31% of all students with disabilities in 2019, 2020 to 29% now. And so the data we're looking at is from the beginning of a particular school year until the Friday of week 23. Our goal is to always make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, because we can't compare our data for this school year to the end of year data from the two previous school years. So fortunately, we're able to pull that because they have been looking every single week at where we are. So you can just sort of see the trend over time that in both areas we've seen a slight decrease. Additional goals were set by the team. The other three goals of the team at the time were to use guidelines for transitioning all students with disabilities to maintain placement in the least restrictive environment. And so when we say guidelines for transitioning or having like placement changes, what that can look like is, let's say if a student is in a general education setting in an elementary school, and we want to look at, should that child be over at Sidney Lanier in a self-contained classroom? That's something that requires a process and data, and that we work through, are we doing everything we can for a student? Is there a way to provide services without limiting their access to students without disabilities before we jump to that type of a placement? And that's sort of the same process for our students with disabilities when we look at our alternative education programs as well. So there's a continuum of services. So we're looking at general education, some support services that might be pull out, might be self-contained in your classroom, might be self-contained in a different school. So there are procedures and processes in place that have been there for a period of time for helping with that process. And so our ESE supervisors have actually worked very closely together this year to ensure that we are using that process, we are using those packets, we are gathering that data at each of the schools before we make those decisions. So there hasn't been any change in process, but I don't know what the consistency of use looked like before, not having been here, but I will say they're really doing a nice job of being very consistent with that so that they can comfortably and confidently have those conversations with parents before making those recommendations. The other goal was to provide professional development and technical assistance, really with looking at what does the data say, analyzing how effective are our programs or our practices when it comes to instruction, when it comes to behavior. I don't have hard data to necessarily speak to that. I can say I see it happening. I see folks looking at data. I know, like I said, we are looking at data every Friday on discipline. Looking at data from a general education and a collaborative support system. Our curriculum department, our data analytics with Illuminate, and all of the wonderful data capacities are growing across the district. I mean, Illuminate training has come into our department for our psychologists, for our ESE supervisors. It's happening at the school level, so it's putting data at people's fingertips. So when we have the data at our fingertips, we can start looking and seeing, oops, where are we struggling? Where can we maybe intervene sooner rather than later? When we rely on that end of course, like the assessments in the spring from the state, if a kid's been struggling and we didn't have that hard data before, we've lost some instructional time. So that's a real positive thing. and providing families with research-based inclusive educational practices and ways they can support their child's learning, independence, and participation at home, school, and in the community. I think there's certainly probably some struggles we can all relate to with the pandemic, with getting access with the previous goal to teachers, with training, because folks need to be in the building. We don't have enough teachers right now to cover our courses with the pandemic sometimes. Parents, it's hard to get access to our parents sometimes for training as well, but I'm going to say our partners, the PTA, they do a phenomenal job. I mean, obviously I am new to this district, but the things that I see in terms of the number of parents that participate in the trainings that they do, it's quite impressive. I think it reaches a lot of families. And they transition, and these trainings are online, and they utilize projects out of the State Department. So we're getting good research-based stuff. I think sometimes there's a delay because the state has increased the rigor or the requirement for vetting all of their presentations before the projects can provide those for districts. So sometimes that creates a delay for us. But again, certainly good quality presentations are happening for parents. So as part of that inclusive education piece, in the area of exceptional student education, it's a report card, so to speak, each and every year from the state. It's called the LEA profile, and it's the local educational authorities, again, just rating of how are you doing on meeting the standards that we've set for you. So as part of that inclusive education piece is they look annually at how are we serving our students with disabilities. Are we serving them in the regular class? Are they getting some pull-out resource supports? Are we serving them in a separate class? Or are they served in a separate environment? So regular class means 80% or more of their week is out in the general education setting. Resource, you can see there, is 79 to 40%. Separate class is less than 40% of their day is in the general education setting. And then the separate for us is really looking at things like hospital homebound, so the children that might be receiving services in their home, or the services that we're providing to students that are in the hospital here in Gainesville. When we look at that, the state target is 85% for regular class placement. I'm going to say districts everywhere are struggling with that, but that's the expectation. That's where we get the rating of yes, you met the mark, or no, you did not. So I think a positive point of celebration is that we've made progress in that area. We went from 76% to 80%, and this data does lag a year behind, so we don't have the other. Resource, 10% to 6%. So when you see that, you can see that we took some of those students, it looks like, that were getting more pull-out supports, and we were able to infuse those instructional supports into that general education setting more often. Separate class is where we're probably the most, not probably, it's where we're the most off the mark from the state's target. Because the state's target is that 6% or less of our students are served in that more intensive, the self-contained setting that we'll often refer to, where they are not with their non-disabled peers as often. So we have made growth. We have moved from 14 to 13%, but the target is 6%. But again, that is an area across the state that I would say everyone struggles with. How do we meet the needs of our students in the least restrictive environment? So as we move from how we're servicing students and how they're performing, we also have to look at, well, what happens to them when they leave us? Because ultimately our goal is to prepare them for life, right? I mean, it's wonderful that they're here with us. It's wonderful that they're experiencing success with us. But ultimately our goal, whether they're a student with a disability or not, is independent functioning when they transition out. So these are our students that have either graduated or they have transitioned from out of the secondary school. They may or may not have necessarily graduated. So 63% of our folks with IEPs a year later were found either attending college, attending like a trade school, something post-secondary, or they were in the workforce. The state's target to meet with success on that report card like we talked about is 63%. So we were on the mark with that piece. I think and I think that's fantastic. absolute point of celebration. I think for all of us, and especially those of us that are parents, our goal is how close to 100% can we get, right? In terms of getting our children out and as independent as possible. College or workforce, 58%, with the state target being 53%. So again, kudos as our kids are transitioning out. The area where we are underperforming based upon, again, the state's target is college. 34% of our students with disabilities a year after they leave us are located in colleges. So additional points of celebration though. We talked about a lot of the data, the hard stuff in terms of where we have some successes and where we have some growth opportunities. I'm going to say for me personally, a huge point of celebration is that we are all together in one building. We returned from winter break and all of student services in ESE is at Fernside. So we have been transitioning slowly over time from a couple of different buildings, but now we are all together, and I truly believe we're better together because I think it's much easier for collaboration, but I also think that just where we talked about we have to have relationships with parents to dig deep and do quality work. We talked about having relationships and working with those fewer schools as teams so that we can dig deep and do quality work within the schools. I think that's true for all of the adults as well. So now we're in a location where I think we can more efficiently and effectively do that. Other points of celebration. When you get to know me more, what you'll learn is preschool is my love. It is my absolute love. I truly believe early intervention is the key. If we can get in early, provide the supports for students and families, we can close the gap and change that trajectory over time. And it's much easier to do when we get an early start. So the point of celebration is this year, so lots of work was done in the spring and summer to transition our VPK classes out into our K-5 schools. In doing that, our students with disabilities are more often having the opportunity to learn alongside their peers without developmental delays, without IEPs. So what you see happening is if I struggle with developing language, it's important for me to be with peers who have good language that I'm motivated, that I want to be able to communicate with, right? So natural learning opportunities are happening. I think when we look at that least restrictive environment data, it's going to look much better a year from now because now we have increased opportunities for that at the pre-K level. The point of celebration also, I think, is that direct access for families. And this is something that will become more known over time as we continue to work and move forward. But when you have a core team, you're not calling multiple people to see who can help me with this. If I know my point of contact for all things ESE, if I'm at Shell Elementary, is this ESE supervisor, when I call the building, if I don't know who to ask for, the people in the building still know who to put me in touch with because they will be my person. They will be the person who can see me from beginning to end. So again, as we grow that core team, I think that will become a better direct link for our families and schools, but I'm excited to see that it is happening now. So our next steps, after looking at where we are with things, is we're at a point where we are very fortunate. We have the opportunity to make instructional decisions because of having increased funds that can change things, that can help us continue to grow and build upon the positive things that are happening and move forward. We all know IDA, it's been said since the beginning of time, has never been fully funded. So having the money to meet the needs of our students that are struggling the most is always a challenge. We are in a position where we can make some decisions that can support that. I would say because of the short turnaround time, it's probably likely that that the plan, much of it will be dead on, but as we continue to work, over time, because we will have that money for a period of time, that we'll end up making some amendments and some shifts as we continue to dive deep and dissect the needs of our students and our data. One of the things that I think is essential from talking with principals, from observing the processes and looking at all of the strengths and the supports that our people bring to schools, is to look at increasing our staffing specialist supports. If you look back over time, it's sort of ebbed and flowed in terms of the number of staffing specialists that we've had as a district. Our teachers and our schools spend a lot of time, and you probably hear this from them, doing paperwork kinds of things. That's necessary. That's how we get our funding to serve our students with disabilities. That's where we get quality plans so parents know we've done a teaming process. This is what we're committing to for servicing your child. But some of that paperwork process can take lots of time and be overwhelming. It's like, it's the legal paperwork where have we dotted the I's and have we crossed the T's correctly. So when the FTE auditors are here, for example, is everything as we need it to be to keep the funds for the services that we've provided? There's a lot of accountability and responsibility placed upon schools. Our staffing specialists do a phenomenal job of supporting our schools in that area. But there aren't enough of them to provide that support. And so the more of that paperwork process our teachers are completing, that means less time for instructional planning. That also means less time for providing face-to-face instruction for students. And so when I look at where our needs are, when I look at our ESSER survey, and one of the things that that all of the respondents said is, they said increase staff for academics. I might not can give you increased staff for the teaching piece necessarily in all of those schools, but what if I took the things that were non-teaching that I could take off of your plate so that you are freed up with more time to dive deep and to support those students. So that would be one goal. Increase support for evaluations with school psychologists, and this is going to go back to that love of pre-K piece for one thing. It's across the board. We want timely evaluations for families whenever there are concerns, for schools whenever there are concerns. But I also go back to that preschool piece and think, how many children are sitting in our community right now that have some delays, that are 3 years old, that could benefit from being in our schools and getting access to instruction? If we can identify those students early, they have access to a free, appropriate public education. And then I think about our K-5 schools. What if I got that child 2 years before kindergarten? What could I accomplish with them before kindergarten starts? How ready could they really be to learn whenever they reach kindergarten? Also, as our needs in that area grow, so will resource allocation for those preschool classrooms. We're looking at, increased numbers in pre-K. We're looking at, therefore, needing increased classes potentially. And so resources, instructional materials would be important. Curricular support, I think, is an area where we need to work and grow. Because when I look at the data, I know our teachers can't work any harder. Schools are overwhelmed right now. There's a lot going on, but we have to help them with working in the most efficient and effective way. So we see that yellow line where we were looking at that gap between the performance of our students with disabilities and those without disabilities, so that we see that start to close over time. Many of our respondents on the ESSER survey also said professional development. Professional development for staff is what they were asking for in that ESSER survey. So I think that's an area where we support and grow our own. We give them the skills, the tools that they're asking for so that they can be better equipped to meet the needs that they're facing each and every day that are coming in with their students. Support for expanding our transition program. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to see the Transition Times. It's a newspaper that our transition program puts together, the growing educational training. So out at I'm out at Lofton and Horizon. Someone correct me, Horizon, yes? We're E-School? Okay, I don't want to get my names wrong, okay? It is a phenomenal program to walk out there and to see the things that are happening. But we are serving a low number of children. I want to say 32, 36 children right now. We could grow that program. Because remember, our students can stay with us until they're 22. Our goal is to get those students ready to transition into jobs. There have been many students over the years, I've seen the pictures and I've heard the stories, that have worked in our schools. They've trained in our schools through that program, and then they've transitioned to work in our schools and have been incredible employees. In fact, we had one just last month at one of our elementary schools that was Employee of the Month. So lots of good things are happening there, but imagine if we could grow that program, how much more we could see for our students. And another area that was identified on our ESSER survey was technology, continued support for technology. So one of the things I would like to see happen in talking with our assistive technology folks and also our hearing impaired teachers is that can we update, can we build our supply of assistive technology devices so that as much as possible, and nothing is ever perfect, right? We're never going to have everything we need, but can we have that cataloged, easily available so that when the need is there, we can meet that need in a timely fashion. And the other reason is because funds are not always there. We just talked about the fact that IDA has never been fully funded. We have funds that can help us build infrastructure that will not only benefit us today, but over time. And I mentioned earlier, so this will be a short piece, gifted is not really in that exceptional student education when we're talking about students with disabilities. So all of that other data that we've talked about. But gifted is under, in the Department of Education in Florida, the Bureau of Exceptional Student Education. So it is ours as well. And there has been a very active work group over time that has looked at the gifted evaluation process, trying to reduce disproportionality, to make sure that we are identifying minority students as much as possible at the same rate that we are our majority students. The last work group took place in April of 2021, but they have a lot of good data over the last couple of years as to what may be working and what may not be working. So they are also going to work this year with formulating what their recommendations might be for improving that process to help us get the results that it was intended to help us with getting. So I've given you lots of information. But I can tell some of you have written questions, and I'd be happy to try and answer those today.
Okay, we're going to go to public input first, and then we'll go to board members. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any phone calls? Okay, let's go ahead with the phone call. It'll be 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tina Days, and I'm calling in because this has direct affected me. My oldest daughter had an IEP, and it needs to be a collaboration also with the pediatrician, because at the time when my daughter was going to well child visit, he let me, Dr. Ledday, who is retired, let me know that something was wrong with her because she wasn't saying the necessary words. And I was in denial as a parent. Nothing was wrong with her when it's obviously something's wrong, and he referred me to Early Steps program. I don't know if Early Steps still in existence, but they diagnosed her with a speech problem. They couldn't find out what was wrong with her, so they gave me a decision at the time, 3 years old, either put her into ESE self-contained or into the Head Start program. So I figured that it was important for her to be around kids that was verbal compared to her nonverbal, so I put her into the Head Start program, and she was 3 at the time with completely nonverbal. She got into the classroom with the late LaTanja Smith, cinnamon rep, who was excellent teachers at the Head Start program. And by the end of her third 3 years old, going to the fourth grade, she was in there 2 years. She was talking, and they tell you, what was your goal for your daughter? I said, by the time she gets 5 years old, to be speaking on where she needs to be, and she was. And now she's in the 8th grade magnet program in Lincoln, getting ready to go to the IB program. And so it is very important for parents to get their kids services when they need it. It also, parents have to learn to accept that it's something wrong with their child. That's the reason why a lot of kids don't get services. It's not because they don't know, it's because the parents have a hard time accepting it. But once you accept it, then you need to make a decision to get your kids services, and it will be a beneficial help. So I think for the school in order for my daughter to get speech, and you wouldn't even think she had a speech problem if you hear her now, but she did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we're going to go ahead to the microphone, and then we'll go back to the call in a minute. Ms. Black, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hyatt. My name's Kathy Black, board members, Superintendent Simon. I want to thank Ms. Simpson for her presentation. It's fun to sit in the audience and hear something and not be the one up here. So I really appreciate that, and she's giving you a lot of information. I know how much there is. She left out one celebration I want to mention to you all, and that is the LEA determinations that are done every year. Came out in November. Many districts in the state of Florida and across this nation do not meet the federal requirements. They deal with not just compliance, but they deal with the progress of our students. Now, we have some schools, like Ms. Simpson showed you, that need some work because of their children, but we have that in we have that in Gen Ed. But in this case, for Alachua County, for the last 2 years, this district has met requirements. That's difficult to do. So I do think that's a celebration that should be mentioned and want to do that. I'm also very glad to hear about the ARP funds for IDEA, because we know with the return of our students with disabilities to schools, IDEA did not have enough money in terms of the deal with the learning loss. So I'm very grateful to the feds for knowing that, for putting that out. I don't know how much Ms. Simpson got for Alachua County because it's allocated, and she's not going to tell us. But yeah, you will, because it's on the agenda. But I'm glad to see that there. The only thing I have a concern about, and it is a concern, and anytime, and I know it's her concern too, it's got to be, anytime you have vacancies at the district office, you need those things for parents, you need those positions filled for schools and staff, but you need most the instructional personnel standing in a classroom teaching our children. And so it becomes very difficult to pull from a classroom where the learning loss will be significant if you do not have a certified teacher. So I know she's aware of that, and I don't know how she will manage the rest of this year, or the ESE Department will, with 6 vacancies down. But moving teachers from a classroom where children are, that's going to be a learning loss that the children will not recover from. So I just share that with you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Okay, thank you very much. I will say that I didn't see the timer on, and so I wrote down the time, so next time, make sure if I appreciate the 3-minute timer going. But that was well under 3 minutes, thank you. Phone call, please.
Caller, you have 3 minutes with the board. Caller, you have 3 minutes with the board.
I guess we lost them.
Hello?
Oh, okay, we didn't. Here we go. You have 3 minutes with the board.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had a question regarding the presentation. The woman presented it talked about mainstreaming some of the students. I know she used the term the high behavioral needs, and I don't disagree because I do see how many of the students who, like she said, are struggling with speech and interacting and hearing with, hearing the other children talking in the classes will benefit them. I was just wondering if there was going to be a para or an intern in those rooms to possibly aid the teachers who are these kindergarten teachers that already have to find the 40 hours to get some of these children in so they could get their IEPs and 504 plans. So I don't know if she's able to answer that question. And also, as having a child who entered the Hidden Oak program at 3, I'm not sure if that was 7 years ago. I'm not sure since then if they have a program in place to where they're reaching out to the pediatricians to let parents know that if their child is struggling or seeing milestones not being met, and if not, if something like that could be put in place, or possibly even something to the hospitals, because most people have their, Alachua County, their children at North Florida or Shands, and getting that information from your OB might be helpful, that if you start, your child starts exhibiting signs of delay, that there is the Early Steps program that is available for 2-year-olds and then will be addressed at 3 for the pre-K ESE classes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and if the caller would leave their information with the operator, I'm sure Ms. Simpson would be more than happy to get back to you. Or just call the district office and leave it with the operator. I'm sure we could do that. Any other callers? Okay, do we have any other comments from citizens in attendance? In that case, we'll go to board comments and questions. Ms. Certain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Simpson, thank you for the presentation. It was indeed a lot of information. I want to circle back to early in the presentation just to make sure I understand where you gave us the slide. I think it's on it was slide number 3, where it's the unified system of delivery. And you had the 4 blocks with the schools in the blocks. So the schools, I think I understand that these are groupings of schools, and they have a supervisor that's assigned to that school. And then the asterisks, what's the asterisk?
And that means those are temporary assignments because we have that one vacancy. So our 4th column there, we wanted to make sure in the interim that we had someone who was assigned to respond to those parent calls and to those school needs. So those will disappear as soon as we get closure on that vacancy.
Okay, thank you. That was confusing me. And then the next page, you had the vacancies, and you said there was one that is a current year vacancy, and then there are 2 that are prior year vacancies. So I guess my question, and you're new here with us, but I was wondering, what did we do in the past if we had them budgeted and if they weren't filled? Like, how were those funds used? Like, did we hire at a lower level, or what did we do? Contract out to get private services, do you know, or what's the plan? I mean,
I can probably answer a little bit of that. Some of that certainly, I can't speak to what happened
Right.
before me not having been here. But what I can say is that we don't have a bilingual psychologist, for example, that does our evaluations in-house. So my understanding from conversations with our psychologist is that one of those positions, for example, had not been filled, and we had contracted with someone to provide for those evaluations. And we do have a contract with someone to provide for those bilingual evaluations currently.
oh, now we do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question I had, I think you answered it. So the ESE parent response, the survey, that's a state-created survey, state of Florida survey that is pushed out, so it's kind of consistent with through all the districts? Okay.
And so I do not have that on our website yet, and I want and need to put that on our website. But families, it's ESE survey. If you just go to the Florida Department of Education, that electronic piece is there. And like I said, we've already pushed it out electronically once to parents. for those individuals, who have an IEP, and we will continue to do that for families.
Okay. That data disaggregated by school, like response
It
rate
is.
by school?
It is. And if they do not have enough responses, then we will not receive their data just because of the lack of validity with those responses. So we don't have it for every single school, but we do have it for many schools.
Okay. And then the targeted support and improvement slide, that next slide there. I'm aware that our ESSER subgroups, we've had issues, some challenges and opportunities to be able to improve in those. Are you all looking at this data by school and addressing things by school and by race and things like that, disaggregating the data? Because there's nothing disaggregated in here. It's just you had one slide with African American on there, but.
Well, and like I said, in regards to this data, it's less than 2 weeks old for us.
Right.
This Friday will be 2 weeks since we've just received word that these are our schools that have been targeted. So now we're at the point of that conversation and digging in to see, where the greatest needs are within that. But yes, we'll continue in those conversations for sure.
You mentioned a group project problem solving, and I was trying to write it down. I didn't get it. Can you give me that again so I could put it in my notes?
Absolutely. And I know the state has some long terms for many of their support groups that help us out in the trenches in the schools. It's called the Problem Solving Response to Intervention. It's a project that is paid for out of IDA funds at the state level. It comes out of the University of South Florida. It has been around for quite some time, and really it is a project that supports districts historically with looking at how do you look at your data? What does your data mean? How do you problem solve and put systems in place to impact change on a global level? And so they really have a triangled system for this is what everybody gets. It's called Tier 1. Based upon your data, in a school, this group of kids is going to need an increased level of support, and we call that Tier 2. And then, based upon your data, we get to these kids need really intensive services. But like I said, the project has always been charged with working on the students without disabilities side before you enter in to special education programs and services. This year they are actually targeted with your goal is to work with the students with disabilities based upon this data right here.
Okay, so we're
So it's a shift.
participating in that, a shift in that, okay. At some point in the future, when you come back, I would like to see the data that's in the graphs that disaggregated. I can go and find it myself because I've done that for a number of years, but I would like to get that done. Then the next slide, you gave a stat, I think you said that there were 14% of the students overall of our total student demographic, go to the next slide, yeah, that one, that had IEPs, and you gave the stat, did you say 18% of African American students have an IEP?
I don't want to misspeak.
That's okay, if you can get back to me, I just had that, I was wondering about that. Okay.
It is 18%, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had a question mark. I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. So the LEA profile, the slide that you went, it's a couple slides forward, where you had us meeting the 2018-19, 2020, 2019-20, the graphic where we had regular class, resource. It was farther along, I'm sorry, yeah, after that. Yeah, right there. So the resource where it's the 79 to 40% range, and we see our metrics there, and we don't have a state target. I'm in the SI schools, and the principals tell us the vacancies that they have, and they have ESE vacancies in those schools. So I was wondering if you knew this drop, this 4 percentage point drop, if that's actually due to us making program improvements, and us serving kids better, or is this because of the vacancies that are at those schools?
And I would say honestly, no, in that we would have to look specifically kid by kid. I mean, it's an assumption to some extent that as we've increased from 76% to 80%, serving in that direction, and that was the district's target, that was our goal, was to increase in that area, but I can't speak to kids specific by any means.
So you look at this data here by school, or is it just aggregated for the whole county?
This right here is by the district for the whole county. Now, when I talked about the fact that we're doing the district BPI process, that self-assessment, and each school is doing their own self-assessment as well. So the schools will be looking at the school level data. In years past, the state used to provide us with this exact data broken down by schools. They actually do not provide that anymore. However, I've reached out and spoken to several of them, and I do believe someone is working on completing that for our schools. We can do our own data calculations, but I like to see what they calculate as well. So we have our Skyward report so that we can figure that out if we have to for each school level, but if they can provide it, I would certainly prefer they do that for schools.
And the next slide, the post-school outcomes for 2018-19, what's the source of this data?
Oh my, and I won't say it right. This is data that doesn't come from the schools. This is where they're pulling it from, like state databases to look at who's actually employed. Now, I would have to go back and look and see where that's coming from, like the workforce, but I can get that for you.
So,
Now, here's the thing, it doesn't always catch, and districts will certainly speak to this a lot of times, doesn't always catch everyone, because some folks work and they may be working in an environment where they're working part-time and it might be under the table, or they may have left the state. So there are barriers in terms of the accuracy of the data, but that's a barrier that's not only specific to Alachua County schools, needless to say, that's true of every district's data.
yeah, I was asking the source of this data because I've had great interest in not students with disability, but all of our students who graduate from high school. What are they doing afterwards? Because of the concerns that I've had about the low student performance in 3rd, 8th, 10th, and then we do the alternative assessments and the students graduate, and we want to see, like, are we really graduating students that are set up for success to either enter into work and earn a living wage, or go on to college or post-secondary training to get some kind of skill and be successful? And so I've encountered problems in getting that data. So when I saw this here, that's why I wanted to ask you what was the source of the data to see what that was.
I'll see how I can help you with that piece.
Okay. I am happy, and I agree with you when you say early intervention is key, and we hear the pre-K coming into our schools. That being a half-day program, and how are we paying for the full day of that?
I'm going to say I can't answer that question because I'm not paying for that other half day for students that do not have disabilities. Now, our students with disabilities, what I can tell you is that is fully funded through our FTE.
Okay.
So that is a full day program.
Okay,
So for all of our students with disabilities, their funding comes like through the FTE, through our grant application, the funds that we receive to also support that program. So that's where those funds come in. And just to speak to that question about, identification and how do parents find out, we even have flyers for who you call to get screenings, to look at whether or not your child might have a developmental delay, sitting in our zoning office, because we have so many families with young children who walk through there.
Okay, yeah. I was asking, I know we don't have Head Start. We lost that grant, and I was just thinking that's really a rippling effect, because I know under early Head Start, and we serve some students with disabilities there, and through that, part of that grant there. So we were given an update from Dr. Simon, I think right before we went on a break, about some staffing issues or some over budgeting in that. How is that managed in what you've showed us in that uniform system of delivery? We were told there was, like $1.2 million somewhere in that area of staffing discrepancies, or we spent more out of the grant than what were budgeted, spent more of the grant than was budgeted, than we were awarded. So I'm trying to figure out, I know we have the ARP funds and we have the additional services and staff we can hire out of ARP, but where are we with that?
Again, I'm going to go back to the point that it's pretty close to impossible for me to speak as to what happened in prior years. But what I can say is that in any given year, like what we talked about before, IDA has never been fully funded. But in some years, there are large roll forwards because some years you don't spend as much of your money on staffing or on supports and services to schools. Some years we spend all of that money and we might not have a roll forward. So as to the why, that's a piece I would really want and need to defer someplace else, because I wasn't here to really speak to who those individuals are. But what I can simply say is that the roll forward was not what was anticipated. So the grant was written with thinking this is how much money we have. So we have to make adjustments, just like in our personal checkbooks at home. We look and see, where are we? And then, okay, how are we going to meet the needs? And so that's what we did in terms of the budget. And I have to say that I think that staff is really doing a great job of meeting the needs of schools. And the needs of schools are high right now. They're higher than usual, obviously, with the pandemic.
Tell me, where are we then? So if we didn't have the roll forward and we did a budget that considered a roll forward that wasn't there, where are we?
We are fine with our budget, and I'm going to ask for confirmation though from Mr. Rella, but all of our staffing, our salaries are budgeted for the year. We look as if we will be, again, on budget within our budget, but I am going to defer to the money man. How's that?
Yes, thank you. If I may address that, we did work through the summer after notification of the over expenditure of the IDA, the big IDA Part B budget. We worked through the summer to align the staffing that was being proposed for the new year grant to the actual budget, and we're able to kind of get that within balance. I think some good things are working with us. Of course, the additional I think it ended up being $1.7 million in ARP money is helpful. And, having vacant positions, while not beneficial to the students or the organization, does kind of rebuild the fund balance just mathematically. And we did also incorporate in our ESER 2 application some of the services that would typically have been paid for out of the grant. If we needed to kind of look to those, the thought was, we don't want to have a grant, particularly this big, with no roll forward balance. So we don't feel very comfortable, obviously, with no buffer. So we've got some different areas to look at. Of course, the ARP, we did build in some to ESER 2, and then also kind of the natural vacancies that we're seeing is going to add to that as well.
Okay, I think I got that. Well, I won't prolong the meeting by going, you and I can talk. I'll get a couple more. Thank you, Mr. Rella, for that. Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I don't think I have anything else. I will say, though, that when I am at our SI schools and they're telling us that they have those vacant ESC positions, I know it's, and they've had them in years before, previous years. Those schools have. It's not just this year right here, but this year it is a little bit challenging to not be able to, for them to fill the ESC teachers and as well as the paras that they need to work in those schools to support the students and the teachers. So it's a challenge all the way around for us to try to serve our students that need the extra support and our teachers. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Dr. McNeely.
Ms. Simpson, thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation. I have one question. The next steps, the 10 areas that you have highlighted at the end, is it a possibility that you can, I know you said you were just getting some reports back just 2 weeks ago, but is it a possibility that you could share through a summary of some kind, not another workshop, but what's happening where you have the arrows pointing, for instance, increased support to schools, staffing specialists? What does that look like? What is that? And you don't have to tell me now, but give you a break. But I would like to see a summary of those areas that you are pointing out that came out of the IDEA funds, if possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other board members that want to speak on this? or ask questions.
Superintendent's hand is up.
Okay, Dr. Simon?
I do just want to make one point, because I agree. My children actually participated in the early childhood program at Sidney Lanier. They were peers in the VPK program with Kathy Costello was the principal at the time. And so I will, one, just throw this out that as the peer, there is a whole nother exceptional experience for our children in that area. And so we had a great and excellent experience. We do have the Building Back Better, where there is a discussion of early childhood for all children. And so I think we'll have other opportunities where we can develop this even more so. Not having Head Start has been an issue, but I think that this will be another change that we'll see in the near future.
Thank you. I had really, I think, the same concern as Ms. Black as far as just vacancies. And this is just a really tough program. I mean, not program, really tough situation. I think I should say nationwide, certainly statewide. And I hope we can find some magic in HR and figure out how to do what other people aren't able to do, and which is, it's concerning to all of us. And I think also looking at the vacancies, when we lose supervisors and then staffing specialists and psychologists, I don't think it's too much of a stretch, but if we look at exit interviews, do we know why they're leaving? Is it all about money because we can't pay the level, or could you give a general thought on that?
I think to be accurate in terms of like a global piece, we would need to pull each of those exit interviews from HR, because I would not want to misspeak. I mean, I can just tell you that, like, for example, in the school psychologist, we lost one, like 2 of those have been sitting there for several years, and that one left a 10-month position for a 12-month position. So, I mean, that one I can specifically speak to, but if we're talking about out at the school level too, as well, we would really have to dive deep into what's causing folks to leave. But I think when we look at the National Education Association, the poll that they did recently, I think it was at 55% of teachers were saying, okay, that they're leaving early.
Right.
So I think that this is global. I mean, this is national, this is state. I mean, of course, what matters for us is our schools, right? But I think in terms of planning and moving forward, I think there has to be this reality lens that this isn't something that's going to just go away for us. Mm-hmm. Some districts have been struggling with this for many years. I think that probably in some regards we're fortunate that some areas are just now starting to see it, maybe across our district. But we're going to have to plan and continue to creatively problem solve, because it's not going to magically go away on its own.
Right. Thank you for that answer. I'm looking at our academic achievement in ELA and mathematics. That's concerning, because we're slipping a little bit, and we can always come up with reasons why we're slipping. But I think we tend to. If you look at what was presented, I think it looks like we're going in the right direction with discipline, and maybe the wrong direction academics. So I think that's, and you use the term about math, that we're hoping this will lead, what we're doing will lead to an increase. And I hope we can move from hope to a clear path. We have to have hope, but we have to have more.
We have a lot of work ahead of us as a district. This
and it's,
isn't simply a pandemic issue, and that's what's
right.
important for us to see, is we have to know what we're addressing. Are we addressing just learning loss? Or are we looking at something that's more systemic over time? And our students with disabilities have been
Right.
struggling. And so we continue to problem solve, we'll continue to dive deep, but I think it is good information to have as we.
and I think part of the difficulty with some of this data, some of it's 2 years old, some of it's a year old, and so we're, if we're trying to catch up with state standards, I wish they would give us data just maybe a little bit earlier, or maybe there's a way we could, check. I'd like to see more current data if it's available, and I know you can't snap your finger and make that happen.
I will tell you, Mr. Gilfin, and we had a data problem-solving discussion as a district today, and data is really at our fingertips now in the district because of the things our data analytics team is doing. And the data that we looked at, I'm specifically thinking of the K-5 DIBELS data, completely mirrored what we saw for the 2014 through the 2021 data.
Great.
In terms of gap, would you?
So, yeah, it's all good information to have. And finally, for me, I just wanted to express my admiration for the growing educational training. That is a gem of a program. It does great things. These young folks will have a job, and they are trained and efficient, and it's such a good program. That's one of the things I remember visiting early on, and I'm certainly committed to the idea of expanding that to the extent possible. I think it's a total win-win. So thank you for including that. It's a great thing for the young folks and families of our district. So great. So I think that's all.
Mr. Chair, I put my light back on.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Surden, go ahead.
I'm sorry, when you said something that reminded me of a question I wrote on my paper instead of on my slides. Ms. Simpson, you said y'all look at data every Friday. Are you all tracking like the discipline incidents that are on the buses and at schools and things of that nature? I was on a Zoom with transportation, and that's not to go into Mr. Jones knows, but we've heard a lot about discipline issues on the buses. And I've also heard a lot of stuff about discipline issues in the school. And I think, are you all looking at that to kind of see? Because I'm sure y'all have heard this too, so.
Our team has not broken down the data. We've been looking at out-of-school suspension rates primarily in our analysis. We have not looked at the where those things are happening, but I do know that there's greater discussion within our department, just to look at discipline overall that's happening. Absolutely.
So I asked the question because it came out in the Zoom and said that we can't just deal with students, ESE students, the way we deal with regular students. There are some rules around that. So my request is I think we really should look at that because, I'm out in the community and we hear people, they call to us, like the employees tell us stuff. We're on the Zooms or we're in school buildings and we hear stuff. But in the community, we hear things from parents and from community members about that. So I think maybe if we can kind of get some data around discipline issues and incidences, not just out of school, so suspension type things, but with our ESE students, with our regular students, because I think we need, people don't know that you got to deal with them differently. So not deal with them differently, but there are different rules, for how we handle those students with this.
Absolutely, and we can provide information for you, Ms. Certain. Very fortunately, while we're looking at some of this information in Tableau, where we have the dashboard for where we looked at some of our COVID things, we also have that for discipline. So there are members of the team who have been doing that, disaggregating data and actually working with the data analytics team to see what additional pieces we need, looking at where our schools are, what are the disciplinary concerns that we have at specific schools. We know where our highest ranking discipline issues are regarding schools and how we can provide PD around that. So I think if afterwards I can get with you and see what specific things you're looking at, we can get you that data because there's so many pieces to it. But we are working through teams to look at data through very different lenses, where our ESE students are, where our major program students are, what schools, what ages, what offenses, what referrals, and all of that information.
Ms. Sargent, your microphone's not on.
I'm sorry, I had all those same questions, those particular metrics. And like I said, I didn't write it on my slides, but when you mentioned the discipline thing, that's what made me, it jogged my memory to turn my page back. So I think also it just kind of would help us in communicating with parents and with the public in some situations that we're dealing with, and they're starting to get more frequent, so that we can manage expectations as well, or just inform people, because I honestly was not aware of that situation with ESE, students around discipline, until I heard it on the Zoom call the other day with the transportation department. So I was like, oh. So where people may think we're just not doing anything, we're not handling it the way they would expect us to, because it may be the student is a student with disabilities, or ESE student. So thank you.
We'll work together again.
And I'll get with you.
Thank you very much. Did you have anything more? Well, thanks for the very informative presentation and thorough, and for answering questions. It was great. And I'm going to, without objection, I'm going to make a change that the transportation report will be next. And with or without objection, I'm going to say we're going to have a 10-minute break. So we're going to have a 10-minute break starting now, and we'll start back at 3:58. We're just transportation. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and get started again. So, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Jones. This is transportation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the school board, and Dr. Simon. I want to begin by sharing my gratitude first for all of our employees that work in our transportation department that diligently work on transporting students to school. As you know, transporting students to school is a difficult job in the best of times, and the past couple of years have been the most challenging of times due to the onset of the worldwide pandemic in 2020. But again, before turning that presentation over to our Director of Transportation, Mr. Darren Jones, I again want to just say thank you and personally thank all of our bus drivers, bus attendants, mechanics, dispatchers, route coordinators, education support professionals, specialist trainers, electronic technicians, managers, and anybody that I left out, the director, and just thank them again for pouring their hearts and souls into providing our students with safe transportation to and from school on a daily basis. And so I just want to publicly say thank you. I'm forever grateful for them coming to work every day and trying to transport students during this difficult time. With that said, I'd like to go ahead and turn over our presentation to our Director of Transportation, Mr. Jones.
Chairman Hyatt, school board members, superintendent, I am a product of the Alachua County Public School District. Born and raised right here in Alachua County, K through 12. I too had to catch the school bus to school. And I want you to really believe me when I say this. It kills me that I cannot cover these routes every day. I can't. I'm going to show you some kind of statistics and different data that we have. We just don't have the bodies. We have the routes, we have the buses, we just don't have the bodies. Even with everyone in the transportation office driving. We got some garage workers driving. We got some tech people driving. It's just very, very difficult right now to cover these routes. Now, the goals of the Transportation Department: transport students to school and home in a safe and timely manner, provide a high level of professionalism, communication, and teamwork to our students, families, schools, which allows us to meet our students, families, and schools' needs. Safety first, last, and always. And one of the things that we want to do in the Transportation Department is develop relationships and trust within the Transportation Department. Now, who's riding the buses every day? Right now, we have regular ed students, 6,545 students. ESE students, we have 340 students. ESOL students, we have 245 students. Magnet students, 1,040. Courtesy riders funded, that means they live more than 2 miles, or not live more than 2 miles, but their program that they're attending is more than 2 miles. And that might be like a Hope Scholarship student or something like that, or to that effect. Courtesy riders unfunded, 990, who live less than 2 miles from their school. McKinney-Vento students, 150. Over 9,000 students per day, over 10,000 miles a day that we are moving, transporting our students. And of course, an efficient bus is a bus that's filled to capacity. If you have a bus where you're only transporting, let's say, 8, 10, 15 students, some of our magnets runs, it's just not efficient. It takes away, it puts a burden on an already taxed system. And it's a nationwide issue. It's not just Alachua County. It's the state, it's a nationwide issue. If you looked in the newspaper a couple of months ago, even RTS can't find drivers. They've had to cut some services. Again, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the Transportation Department. The labor shortage, bus driver shortage. One of the big things, like Ms. Surden mentioned, that bus drivers believe is the student behavior is out of control on the buses. For example, I had to go to a bus when I started last year in April. I responded to a bus driver, and you can hear the distress in her voice. A child was challenging her. That child was not saying rather nice things to the bus driver. So when I got there, I tried to calm the bus driver down. And that bus driver resigned that same day. She said, "I'm not going to do this." So behavior is an issue on our school buses. We're asking bus drivers and transportation employees to do more, extra runs, turnaround service. A turnaround service is they drop off their kids on their route, their assigned route, and they go back to the school and pick up more kids for a route. It leads to bus driver burnout, leads to bus drivers resigning. Putting every ACPS Transportation Department employee with a CDL behind the wheel is not sustainable. It's just burning people out. We have about 3.5 more months left to go. And when the bus drivers come in, you can hear the distress in their voice. And we just keep asking them to do more, do more, do more. And they're willing to do it because they have a heart for kids. But it's not sustainable to keep asking them just to do more and more and more. Consequences of not meeting transportation needs. Of course, you're going to have some students that stop riding the bus. The public's going to lose confidence in the Transportation Department and the services that we provide. Of course, loss of instructional time because we're getting kids to school late. Truancy concerns, which causes truancy concerns. It can be an equity issue. My parents didn't have a lot of money, and I had to catch the school bus. They couldn't get me a ride to school, so when kids don't catch that bus to school, most of the time they're just gonna stay home. The parents gonna keep them home because they don't have a ride. It breaks my heart to hear parents say, I had to get an Uber to get my kids to school. They can't afford that. And it just kills me to even think about that. And of course, you're gonna have a loss of FTE funding because you're gonna have less people riding the bus. And we do right now have less people riding the bus, students riding the bus, and due to the pandemic. Some people don't have the confidence in putting their child back on the bus before the pandemic. And it was more kids riding the bus pre-pandemic. We did hire Mr. Patrick Chung, who has a wealth of experience, and he's going to come up and talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that he wants to do that we're working towards in the Transportation Department. Come on, Mr. Chung. He's going to talk briefly.
Good afternoon, everyone. So they hired me. So I do have 18 years of transportation experience, Miami-Dade, Broward, Orange County. I started off as a school bus driver, and I went to college, and I moved up the ladder, became administrator and director over compound. So some things we're going to address. Of course, I'm helping FT for retention. Make sure we get our maximum funding because we did lose some funding with audit this year. So I'm making sure that our retention records are accurate. Looking over IEPs, making sure they support the need of transportation, because we lost some funding for the last audit, and also making sure the documentation and when we're referring back to the paperwork is there as well. Some areas that we will be addressing I want to go for is the efficiency of routing. Make sure that we have the routes not going around in circles, not too many stops on a route, make sure we address the 0 stops, and that way it maximize the run itself. But for example, if you have 20 stops on a route, that's unnecessarily. I found where you have only about 1,000 feet between stops, that's more stopping, more times to do a route, for the driver to do a route, takes longer to do, less the driver can do. The other issue is Medicaid. I found out we don't do Medicaid here. That could be just by what we transport alone, an additional $500,000 and additional funding for the district. So those are things that I will be working with Mr. Wella and the vendor on addressing getting those fundings for us. And again, we're going to do everything possible, look at every avenue. Hazardous as well. This district used to receive hazardous walking for the state for elementary students. We are not doing that right now, so I'm going to create a committee with the FDOT, the Sheriff's Department, and the local city agencies, and see if we can get some of those fundings back for the district as well. Okay.
You talked about all that? Yeah. No problem. All right, if you look at this slide, it shows all the open routes that we have. Best practices is you have a person on each route. If you can't do that, then you have a substitute who you can put on the entire route. Right now, we don't have enough people to put on every route. So eventually what we have to do is break down the routes, give a tier, we call them tiers. And you have a elementary tier, a high school tier, and then a middle school tier. And most drivers have 3 tiers if it's a bidded route. Some drivers have 2 tiers because they service a school that gets out later, like Terwilliger or Ottawa. But best practice is to have somebody on each route. And right now, we have 20 open routes. We have 10 employees who either are on some type of extended long-term leave, be it medical, be it workman's comp. So right there, you got 30 right there, you're down every day when you start before anyone calls in. In 2021, we had 132 routes. We moved that down by 7 routes to 125 routes for this school year, 21-22. Bus drivers choose a route through a bidding process determined by seniority twice a year in October and February. A bus driver can choose to be a sub, and we have drivers who choose to be a sub. And most times, bus drivers, you want to be a bus driver because it fits your schedule. You like that flexibility in the day. And the routes determines the number of hours the bus driver is paid, okay? All right, so Alachua County, we have 20 open routes. We have 125 routes. That means 16% of our routes are open. If you could kind of compare that to some other districts within the state of Florida, you have Miami-Dade, 16% of their routes are open. Broward County, 27% of their routes are open. Orange County, about 17% of their routes are open. Again, this is not just something for Alachua County. Everyone in the state, the nation is struggling right now in the transportation departments. Orange County kind of did a couple of things. They reduced the number of routes by routing students who actually ride the bus. They shifted some bell times, and they suspended the courtesy transportation for students that live less than 2 miles. Those are all things they did to try to meet this need. Right now, we're allocated 153 bus drivers. Currently, if you take out the 10 bus drivers who aren't driving due to whatever reason, we have 96 bus drivers who have an assigned route. Again, we have 125 routes. We have 29 7-hour bus drivers. We have 38 8-hour bus drivers. And then we have 16 7, 8-hour substitute drivers. And then we have 3 4-hour substitute drivers. Again, we got 10 bus drivers on some type of leave, which gives us a vacancy right now about 28 drivers. It's very difficult to hire right now everywhere. It's definitely difficult to hire bus drivers right now. They're not beating the door down to get on that bus. The kids don't have to wear masks, and they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to take home the virus to their loved ones, so they're afraid, and it's tough to fill those positions. Even something that's going to make it even worse, our situation, is we have a number of drivers who, at the end of this year, up to 5 drivers who's going to complete drop. These are people that come to work every day. I have a driver, she's come back one time already, and I got multiple drivers in just like this. And like she's over 70 years old. She loves it. Hasn't missed a day 3, 4, 5 years. What are we gonna do when those drivers start to retire and not come back? It's gonna be even worse than what we have right now. You're gonna have some normal absenteeism. It's a certain amount that's gonna call in, and nothing you can do about that. Like again, some of our bus drivers have not missed a day in over 2 years. They do whatever they need to do. They cover different routes, they work together, they try to cover routes, but again, it just keeps adding stress to them, and then eventually they call out because they're stressed out. And then you add the behavior, you're driving that bus, you're trying to control the kids on the bus, the behaviors, you don't know what they're doing back there, so it all adds stress to the bus driver. And I keep kind of statistics on our absenteeism. August, we did have a surge when we first started back in school, COVID surge, and these are daily absenteeism average for each day that month. August 2021, we had about 15.7 a day drivers who were out. September, 14, October, 14.1, November, 14.3, December was our lowest at 12.1. We did have a kind of a attendance matters competition where we have the routes 1,000s, 2,000s, 3,000s, and 4,000s. And I awarded a breakfast to the routes that had the least amount of absenteeism, and that was the 3,000s for the month of December. I don't know if it had anything to do with that, but as soon as we came back, January 4th, another COVID surge hit. 24.2 drivers out a day during the month of January. And that's before, and that's on top of what I just said, the open routes, the 10 employees who were out for some type of leave. Added on to that, it's been very difficult to cover those routes. What do you need to become a professional school bus driver? And you can't just stick anybody on the bus. First, it takes a person that has a heart for kids. They have to be able to de-escalate situations. A parent might come up to the bus and they're going off because they believe you mistreated their child. It takes a lot of skills for a bus driver, a lot of skills. I didn't even realize that until I got to the transportation department, all the skills it takes to be a professional bus driver. Right now, you have to have a high school diploma. You got to pass 2 background checks. You must have a CDL permit when you start the class, the CDL class, and we do offer free training. You're paid also during the training. You must go down and pass 4 tests: general knowledge, air brakes, passenger, and school bus. And then you have to have 40 hours of classroom training. Additional training includes pre-trip, basic skills course, road driving, CPR, certified, and then first aid training. As of February 7th, the CPR certified and first aid training are new mandates by the federal government and the state. At the end of your training, you have to pass the CDL test on pre-tripping, basic skills course, road test to receive your CDL license with the S&P endorsement. The time frame is 3 to 4 weeks. It's nothing that you can just come and do and just jump on a bus. Even after you finish the training, contract language says that you have to ride with an experienced driver for 5 days. So it's gonna take you 4 to 5 weeks to actually get on the bus and actually start driving. So it's nothing that's quick. Since April 2021, we've had 36 bus drivers have resigned. 1 bus driver transferred to a school, and 1 bus driver retired. We're just not able to meet the current bus driver demand. And I always tell everyone, we can't hire our way out of this right now. And 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we may be able to hire our way out of this, but right now, we're unable to. If we give Brenda Williams, this is the person who, she's our safety coordinator, and she sends 10 names to HR. Out of those 10 names, 6 might pass the background check. Out of those 6, 4 might actually start the class. Out of those 4, 1's gonna drop out usually, in my experience, in the first week. You might have 2 people that pass the class out of those 10, the names that you sent out. So we're just not gonna be able to hire our way out of this right now. All right, starting pay was raised, I believe, from $13.95 to $15.84. With the current salary negotiations, it's even going to be raised to $16.04 starting pay. We got to also keep working on improving the culture and climate of the transportation department. It's stressful. It's a stressful place. And I work every day to connect with the bus drivers, bus attendants, garage workers, everyone, to try to bring that team atmosphere. All right, if you look at your handouts that I gave you, the first one is kind of compares the starting pay to other districts, and you should see the one that says Alachua County. Okay, the second sheet and the second and third sheet kind of show you the number of bus drivers on each step, pay step. For example, we have 40 bus drivers right now making this at the starting salary. We have 4 that go, and it goes on down until step 28. So actually, the second page kind of throws in the 20 cent that's in the salary negotiations right now. And then we have the health insurance benchmarking. The only difference is administrators receive $20,000 life insurance, paid life insurance, and employees receive $10,000. And then the last 2 pages are the transportation budget. During the 2021 school year, the transportation department, it cost $10,834,309 to run the transportation department. FTE funding contributed $3,849,759. And so that leaves a deficit that needs to come out of the general fund contribution, which was $6,984,550.
Dr. Paulson, could you go ahead and use your microphone, please?
What are we doing?
Sir?
What, it says here employee contribution. We're supposed to give everybody, if you work 4 hours, you get 100% of, you don't have to.
That would be a Mr. Rella
Is
question.
that something new, Mr. Rella?
Thank you, Chairman, if I may. So we did some benchmarking in terms of the insurance, and if you recall from the 2021 plan year, what we consider to be kind of like our base plan, which is the $750 deductible plan. We did have an employee contribution for that plan. In terms of doing the benchmarking, there's so many different plans out there. It was really hard to compare.
Do we have anything they get 100%? I don't remember this.
So the 750 plan is a $25 per, it's, I guess, almost like a buy-up plan right now. But it's a $25 contribution per employee. And then the $1,500 plan that comes with the $750 HRA is the free plan.
Okay, all right.
So in terms of like comparing them, I tried to get ones that kind
How
of
much they have
fit
to
with
pay.
our general health insurance program, but it's very difficult because every district has 3 plans, so I try to
You
make
can
it.
see why it just jumped out at me.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
I did hold some kind of Zoom workshop meetings with our bus drivers, bus attendants, garage workers, everyone in the transportation department, because I wanted to get some ideas. Some of these ideas are things that they're doing in other districts to try to meet the need of the transportation departments in those districts. We need a consistent district-wide discipline plan for school buses. One of the issues that drivers bring up is that this school might handle a discipline issue this way, this school might handle a discipline issue the same discipline issue another way. At times, they lose confidence in certain schools, and they stop writing referrals. They just drive the bus. Kids can be back there just going crazy, but they feel like they're not supported by the schools, and they just stop kind of, I don't want to say caring, but they feel like they're not getting that support to deal with the different discipline issues on the school bus. And that's a big thing with bus drivers, discipline on school buses. We currently have a 7-hour guarantee. That means if you have less than a 7-hour route, you can do extra work to bring you up to 7 hours. Right now, we only have 9 bus drivers who are taking part in that. To bring up everyone up to 8 hours, the projected cost would be almost $500,000. Also, you got to think about overtime. The amount would be kind of significant if you brought everybody up. Training of at least one staff member at each school to be a substitute bus driver as needed. For example, if, let's say we had in the afternoon, had a bus that we can't find coverage for that bus at Newberry Elementary School. There's a coach at Newberry High School. Maybe we get him, he walks over to the Newberry compound, gets a bus, and takes those kids home in the afternoon. It's just ideas and ways to kind of meet our needs and cover these routes, and kids aren't sitting at a school till like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or they're not sitting on the side of the road in the morning. Develop an invitation to bid for an outside vendor to cover open routes and or specialized services like McKinney-Vento routes. Some districts do bid out, let's say, all the McKinney-Vento kids. I think it's not many companies that actually cover routes in the state of Florida. I think it's 2. I do know ALC is one that was doing the thing about the McKinney-Vento kids. And these are just ideas that I'm putting out there. All right, augment the transportation department to serve students in our community rather than eliminate bus drivers. Continue to review the efficiency of bus routes, and this is usually done during the summer. It's kind of, at times, hard to do it during the school year because it's like a puzzle. If you take one piece out and you got to put another piece on this side, it's nothing that you can just do. You got to think about the long-term ramifications. If I do this for this, what's going to happen over here in this area? I talked a little bit about those drivers who are going to be retiring, and I have they want to keep working, and why not let them keep working? Retired drivers who have retired due to drop back in an OPS position as soon as it's possible. Remove the high school graduation requirement for right now. I'm not saying you leave that forever, Allow new employees 2 years to obtain a high school diploma while employed and offer some type of GED assistance. Offers additional incentives for drivers who take on extra routes. And we're talking about those drivers who do turnaround service. And in some counties, that's what they're doing. Incentives for new bus drivers. In some counties, they're offering a sign-up bonus for bus drivers. Elementary school drop-off at 7 o'clock instead of 7:15. And you may not think that's a lot of time, 15 minutes, but if they can drop those kids off and go pick up some more kids, it all helps out in the end. And one thing that I'm sure that probably the last thing on the list we want to think about is shifting bell times. Some people, like right now, we have 3 tiers, like I said before. Creating a 4th tier would give you some time to meet those, cover those routes. So these are all things that either they're doing in other counties or the bus drivers, bus attendants, the transportation department, ideas they threw out there.
Can I ask you something else?
Yes.
And Alex said, when we had, a few years ago, when we were, you know what I'm talking about, when we were working on the ridership, and that, we were at like 9,300 bus riders. It sounded like you're right about that same amount. Now, that being said, there also is a gap in what we get from the state and what we have to dish out, correct? That's a good one. Has that gap increased significantly?
To answer that question, to be honest with you, Dr. Paulson, I have not looked at that this year. We do look, I typically look around once a year, and they have a very comprehensive data set for every transportation department at every school. They talk about the number of employees, the compensation, the spend.
Well, it's the total amount of money we get compared to what we're gonna bring.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting to.
Okay.
So typically, well, universally, there's no district that receives the amount of money needed to fund the transportation department. There's some that run incredibly efficiently. St. John's is one of those that we've looked at that does an incredible job. Ms. Patrick mentioned a couple of the issues with occupancy of the bus. There's so many different pieces of the formula, and being efficient with kind of what you're doing is really important. When I looked at it most recently, we were probably below in terms of the funded percentage of our overall spend with comparison to other districts. Usually they're around 50%. I think we're 30%, somewhere around there. Right. But we do, I could definitely work with Mr. Andrew and Mr. Jones to kind of pull that data together. It's all available online, and we can kind of look in terms of benchmarking how much are we funded with respect to other districts. I mean, there's a pay aspect of that, cost of living, but then it's pretty good metric in terms of efficiency and how efficient you're operating.
I like to say that you did a tremendous job a couple of years ago. You know what I'm talking about.
And I would say, just to pat this group on the back, if you saw the funding update I gave the board, obviously it was not good news. But if you look on there, the one categorical that actually increased was transportation. So, we've done a lot in the last 6 months to improve those processes, and we feel really, really good about the work this team's doing. And that is evidenced by that actually seeing increase in funding with all of our other categoricals going down. So that's good news.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. I think,
I just have another
well,
thing I'd like to say.
if we could, I'd like to, if Mr. Jones is done right now, I'd like to open and see if we have any public input. Anyone in the audience? Let's start with one caller. Thank you. This will be 3 minutes.
Caller, you have 3 minutes with the board.
Hababa. Yes, my name is Tina Days, and I think transportation is an issue. I was watching TV, and I saw where the transportation issue everywhere, and what they did was they hired parents to take the kids to school, and we need to think outside the box. Maybe we need to hire parents or either grandparents that's retired, and in order to take the kids to school, in order to alleviate the burdens on school bus drivers. I personally myself was asked by parents to take 2 kids to school along with my kids, so I'm getting paid for it. I can't volunteer because gas prices are high, but I would be willing to sign up for a program, maybe get some passenger vans and asking the parents of students who still want to ride the bus, but in the meantime, maybe pay for transportation for the pick the kids up, then drop them off to school and pick them up and carry them home. But we need to think outside the box because it seems like it's not getting any better until y'all hiring more school bus drivers. You may have to either ask parents to volunteer and just get other kids because this is a serious issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And anyone in the room here that would like to comment? Okay, then we'll go to Dr. Paulson. Okay, board members, question to Ms. Surden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your presentation. And this is indeed a challenge before you took over your reign. I had challenge before I sat here because I think I first met Mr. Rudy and Ms. Mary as a citizen and Ms. Annie Pearl. And they were coming to the board meetings to share the concerns they had. So these are longstanding issues, and it was good to get on the call with one of the Zooms. I wasn't able to make the early one, but the PM Zoom, and to hear a little bit of the brainstorming from the staff and the concerns that they had as well. So, but thank you for compiling all of this and for bringing back some stuff for us. So my question was, I was wondering if you all have ran any models around some of the ideas that staff has presented and some of the things that, that you could model. Like, for instance, if you eliminated the courtesy routes temporarily, like Orange County has done, what is the impact that would have on our existing structure with the current staff that you have and the number of routes? Like, did you run some models to say this would make us more efficient or whatever? I mean,
Yeah, we had, Mr. Chung did run some models, so I'm gonna let him talk about that.
Yeah, so with the number of students we transport under 2 miles is about 990 students. And then by breaking that up between the tiers, like the high school, elementary being your biggest, the middle school, you're averaging about 9 buses that we're having on the road unnecessarily, that we're not getting funding for. That's extra buses that we don't need on the road. So by taking those unfortunately, those out of the equation, we can take 9 buses off the road approximately, which would create less of an impact on us. That's what we're talking about, the courtesy, correct?
correct. So if we took those 9 off, then that would, for the courtesy, and then that would help us to be able to fill some of the routes, those 20 routes or the 30 routes that you showed. I can't recall the number that you had on there. How would that then feed into that for those routes that are not filled or not covered?
Okay, so when you have those routes out there, so that's a space, the bus on the road, and then when it covering routes in between, there's no space for it. So by limiting those runs for those schools that we don't get funding for those students, we don't have those on a bus. We can use those drivers elsewhere to cover other pieces. And we can fit, so it's the tiering, like it's a puzzle, like Mr. Jones says. So you have a high school or elementary tier, since elementary is here first. So if you don't have those extra pieces, then you can fix the extra high schools that we don't have drivers for that are eligible, that live far out. We can fit them into those routes. Now, but like Mr. Jones says, that's something we'll have to do. Do that right now, that would just disrupt everything. But that's something we are going to be looking for this summer about rearranging our routes and being more efficient.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Jones, I didn't hear quite clearly what you said when you were on the slide that they titled, who are we transporting each day? And in the magnet students category, I was trying to write it, you said an efficiently filled bus, it's best if it's filled. It's inefficient if there are only 8 to 10 riders on the bus, as is the case. I want to make sure, how did that relate to magnet students? Because I kind of had something with magnets in there and I wanted to know.
Some of the magnet routes, and Mr. Chung, tell me if I'm wrong, you might have 15, 20 kids on a magnet route. We're taking a bus and we're moving kids. Let's say the child lives in the Alachua area and they're catching the bus at Santa Fe and we need to transport that student to Eastside High School. We're going to the most northwestern part of our county and then taking them east. I don't know how many miles that is, but that's just inefficient. It is. And you're not going to fill up a bus with magnet students. But you gotta have somebody on those routes because they go so far out and you're taking kids so far. So it pulls drivers from regular routes that we could put on. We gotta have somebody on those magnet routes that are going way out to the farmost reaches of the county.
Okay. Thank you, that makes sense. And then I had another question. You said we have fewer riders due to the pandemic. Can you give us our ridership that was pre-pandemic, that for the year that was pre-pandemic? You told us where we are now, but.
Pre-pandemic, I think it was a little over 8,000 students. Now we're talking about 6,545. We're still missing students. Every student didn't come back, just like schools. I think the attendance is down. Every kid didn't come back to the school, so we are missing some students, and that does kind of go into FTE funding those kids that we're missing.
Right. So we've gotten, when I'm at the schools that are on the NSI, Williams, Lake Forest, and Idlewild, those principals say they have issues with the buses, which everybody has, I'm not saying. And they've asked that those schools be prioritized.
I'm glad you brought that up. The transportation department, the way we prioritize is ESE is first, and then we got elementary. We gotta get elementary kids to school. Then middle, then high school. So high school usually takes the brunt of it.
Okay. Yeah, 2 of the schools said that they have had buses like the one for elementary that service Lamplighter that, probably 2 to 3 times a week that the bus just doesn't show, or it's 90 minutes late, and same with Idlewild. And we've gotten, some emails from citizens. I'm just letting you know, I'm not blaming you, please.
No.
Please. I understand, and I've been privy and been shared with me by citizens and, some employees, information that's not all true, 100% true. So, but I guess I'm just saying, it's not like you're targeting one area to just intentionally not pick those students up. This is just an issue that we're just dealing with in our county and Florida and nationwide, as you said, correct? It's not like, you gave me your priority list here, but I'm saying, would you consider that prioritizing the schools that are in turnaround status, since we are trying to get those kids to school so that they don't miss learning time, in-person learning time?
Of course. We will look at that, Mr. Chung and Mr. Andrew, and make that happen.
Okay, I had a couple of things. I heard Mr. Chung say they were going to work with FDOT and LEA law enforcement. I didn't make out the agency to pursue hazardous walking conditions for elementary students. So that's not like we have to have that certified. That just doesn't we don't just get that.
Yeah, so it has to be a committee. So what it is, you have to, like a safety committee, and one from the district, transportation, and then outside, and we have a criteria you have to go determine, and we have to sign off on that. And then, of course, we have to give her records, and then before we submit to the state for funding, if it qualifies for a state hazard criteria.
So that's that, and that unsafe working condition would be within 2 miles. It's
Correct.
under 2 miles, but we just say it's like a busy highway or something along that line. There's no sidewalks and things like that where a student would have to have to cross the street and we say that, well, the state statute says it's unsafe, but you're saying that there has to be a committee to establish an area in our county or areas in our county where it's unsafe walking conditions?
Right, and it's not as, it sounds complicated, but it's really not complicated. What happened is I'll go out there and review it first, and I'll connect with those agencies. Once I identify the ones that would meet the criteria, then I'll meet with them, a time and place, go out there and just review it. Everyone has to agree on it and sign off on it, and then keep it for our documents. Then we can submit to our state for the funding, which we used to receive. Used to have, I was looking back in historical documents we used to receive up to 15 qualifying state hazards to up to 300, sometimes 600 students, depending. So I'm gonna look at those again, see why we lost those. Try to see if we can get some of those back, because I do see that out there we do have some hazardous conditions possibly, so we can get those fundings back.
So if we were fully staffed, fully staffed, if that's just
We wouldn't have a problem.
we wouldn't have these open routes. Is what
We wouldn't have a problem. If I had 20 to 25 more bodies to put on the buses, there would be no problem. But when you have that many open routes, and again, I'm not blaming any bus driver. I mean, people are gonna call in. You're gonna have a certain percentage that call in. You're starting the day off at a deficit before anyone even calls in. So that's what makes it so difficult to cover those routes.
So a few years ago, there was some reorganization done in transportation, and then we eliminated some driver spots. How many drivers do you know how many were eliminated? I looked for my notebook and my folder, and I couldn't find it.
I don't exactly know. Now, the historians of the transportation department, Mr. Rudy and Ms. Vincent, I have heard from them that
Because where we are now is what I predicted would happen, and I was like, I was against that because I felt we were decreasing so that if we had employees on leave for workers' comp, for sick or whatever, you go down because this is such specialized training. You can't just come up like you could. We can't just call Kelly Services and get a bus driver.
No, you can't.
So I'm wondering, you said on the Zoom the other day that this was 10 years in the making. I'm just trying to figure out how many positions we eliminated to fund those other positions. I think it was in 19. I think it was 19. Shortly after I came on.
I want to say that kind of started maybe around 2008 with the housing bubble burst and funding was reduced. They had to make cuts. When what I'm hearing is they kind of stopped hiring at a point bus drivers for maybe about 2 to 3 years. They weren't hiring bus drivers, and at one point they did have enough bus drivers to not only cover the routes, which were a lot more routes, but to also have bus drivers who waited out on a bus in a particular area. So if they needed, like if a bus broke down, they could quickly respond. If an accident happened, they could quickly respond to the school where the kids didn't have to wait. Right now, we're operating at bare bones minimum. And again, it's not just Alachua County, it's everyone in the state and the nation. But you can't, in my experience in these 10 months, you just can't hire enough bus drivers. I mean, you try, you have job fairs, you have everything. They're just not beating the door down to come. And then we also, we've had some bus drivers who get the free training and just walk out the door and go take another job. We don't have anything in place to stop that. I've heard that RTS has something where if you leave, you have to sign a document, but if you leave before a certain time, you have to pay the training money back prorated. So right now, we don't have that. We've had bus drivers who've gotten that free training and never drove a day.
I suggested that.
They just walked out the door. So it's a struggle right now.
So, Mr. Jones, one other question I had. I saw in here the cost of, and I heard on the call the other night, one employee suggested they go 8 hours, everybody 8 hours. She thought that would help. And what would the employees do in that downtime? I mean, there's a cost to it, and it's just coming from the general fund. Right now we're only getting reimbursement for 35% of the FTE, of your budget. The FTE only covers 35% of the budget based on the numbers you gave. But what would we do with the drivers? Would we just, there would be this gap in?
No, ma'am. There's extra jobs around the transportation department. It could be like, for example, when we service buses, sometimes you have to go take a bus from an outlying compound and bring that bus into Gainesville so it can be serviced. There's just different jobs that you can do. I've also heard of some districts, food service might have an employee for 4 hours, transportation might have them 4 hours. The custodial services might have them 4 hours, transportation might have them 4 hours. They might do custodial services at a school, and I'm not saying that everyone would want to do that, but those are just ideas that some of the counties are doing because they're finding it so hard to hire right now.
Yeah, I actually shared with Dr. Simon, that was something I was walking and thought, my husband and I were talking, and he thought of training as training custodians, if they were interested in getting the CDL training, and they would still work at their school, and they could, do the bus driving, and you'd have to compensate the pay, because I think there's a difference in pay for the two positions, but that is a different, another group of possibly employees that we could possibly pull and train from. But I was wondering about if, did we have the work to do for the employees? Because you don't want people just sitting around just idle for that method, because that's a significant cost and for the organization and trying to figure that out.
But you're going to have some bus drivers who don't want to do 8 hours, so it has to be an option. I've heard bus drivers, again, because of the flexibility of the job that meets their schedule, everyone does not want to do 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. I didn't butt in on the call the other day, but when one of the employees said about having to sit out for 6 months or a year, why can't we hire them back? That DES employee, you mentioned it, shortly after I came on the board, that was changed from the Auditor General because of the IRS tax implications.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't like a board that we just cut that out. We got that directive from the Florida retirement system, because with them, you really have to, when you retire, that you severed that, and that relationship of staying out for a short period of time and coming back under DES for a year, it was like you didn't have a true separation period. And so they stopped that from us, and there were a few people. I'll share that email with you, the memo, so that you can see for employees, so they'll know that that's not something that we decided to do. That was a directive that we got because of tax implications, and them wanting it to maintain the qualified tax status with Florida retirement system. And so the retirement, the Division of Florida Retirement, that was a rule from them. That's not from us, so we didn't do that. And it would be good if folks could come back, but that's just to alleviate this shortage that we have. So I don't know if, my colleagues have any other ideas other than what the employees have submitted for trying to address this right here. I like the McKinney-Vento possibly trying to contract out something like that. But for me, I'm leery about saying we would just outsource all the transportation, because for me, we give up, we privatize it all, and we're saying we're handing over the responsibility to a private company. But if there are issues where students don't get picked up, buses are late and all, the public is still going to come and scream at us, and we have a little less control over it than what we would have, I think, with it being internal. For me, that's just kind of my angst against privatizing it, as well as the impact that it will have on the employment and the financial stability of our employees. It's the job, folks, it doesn't pay hard, but it does offer a measure of stability with income, as well as some benefits, and paid holidays, and as well as a retirement benefit. And we don't know if our employees would have that if we put them with a private company. So for me, I would like for us to try to do some other things before that option is considered. That's why I was kind of asking if we modeled out some different scenarios, if we looked at trying to possibly just look at if there's a provider to do McKinney-Vento students or parts of it that we could possibly do, versus just seeing about going completely out private. So that's me. But thank you so much for your patience and indulging me in my questions, Mr. Jones, and your staff, your friends.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Certain, just as follow-up, a couple things there. When we discuss if we were given direction to look at an invitation to bid, It would be strictly to augment our current staff, not replace them. You know, we're not looking, we value our Alachua County citizens, children, and employees, and we know that our bus drivers have students in our schools, and, you know, that's their livelihood. So by no means are we even considering, hey, let's privatize this whole transportation department. That is not a thought. It's let's provide support to our bus drivers that are that are stressed right now because of all the demands on them, besides their health concerns and everything else. Let's serve our students and get them to school for instruction. And like you said, let's look at all these other, you know, there's a lot of ideas. Let's look at all these ways that I'm like Mr. Jones as an educator, like you all. It's something every morning and every afternoon. It's just something that I can't live with, but I can't resolve. That we have to resolve this as a community. Alachua County has to. We need folks in our community that can step up right now, that aren't employed, that have the capability to support our kids, help us be part of this solution now. They don't need to make it a career to drive a bus, but if they'd help fill the gap right now, our kids in this community would be better off. So I think what we need is a call to action within our community, and whoever is able to step forward and let's help kids. That's what we're all here for, is to help children. And so I would say that's the call we need is we need Alachua County citizens to step up for kids because we can't do it. And we apologize publicly to everybody for not getting our kids, because your children are our children, to school. And again, it's a personal thing for us because we've worked in schools and we know who's not getting to school. And so that's an issue. And so we do take it personally, and I just want the public to know that. It's something that it's hard to live with. So that being said, also with SI schools, we will look into, because of the bidding process, we will look into, as Mr. Jones said, sometimes our hands are bound by the collective bargaining agreement. So we will look at all that we can do creatively within the bounds of the collective bargaining agreement. And you can rest assured we'll look at, as we assign sub-drivers and office staff and garage staff, you know, there's so many individuals that I know in transportation that step up to fill the gap. We will look at our SI schools, and if we have substitute bus drivers to assign, we'll do so and cover those schools and get those children to school. Understanding, as you know, we have parents every day calling and expressing that this is unacceptable, and we don't disagree with them. We're trying to do the best that we can to serve all the kids in this community, and we're not getting them to school for instruction. And I think that's the bottom line. That's why we need direction. We do need patience and understanding and just support. So I guess that's my plea to everyone, is this is a community problem, and there's only one way to resolve it, and that's as a community. So that being said, we will get on the SI schools and check that out, Ms. Certain. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. McNeely.
Thank you, Chairman Hyatt. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for the presentation. I was so fired up from the other day when I participated with the employees when they called in on the Zoom. It's refreshing to hear directly from the people who are in the trenches. And those persons that were speaking at the afternoon Zoom, I couldn't make the morning one, but the afternoon really laid out information based on what you're sharing with us today, the ideas. But one of the things Mr. Andrew, Mr. Jones, Mr. Rudy, Ms. Vinson, until we get to the key thing, there are a lot of key things that you stated today, but the discipline, and I'm hoping that the administrators and the deans and the other folk, the BRTs, all of those individuals at the different schools, if they could have heard what I heard from the drivers and how things are not being handled, once the referral is made, then something has to be done other than calling the student to the office, speaking to the student one time, and they're back on the bus. Yes, it is a privilege to ride a school bus. I never had to do that in my schooling because I lived across the street from the school. So I got up, had my breakfast, walked to the school. For high school, I had someone from home to take me, but I never was a bus student. But when I rode the bus 2 years ago, even before all of the pandemic set in, it was an eye-opener for me to ride that bus with our children, our students, because the high schoolers don't consider children. I still look at them as children/students. I had 2 different occasions to ride the bus. And my colleagues, until you take advantage of that, you won't understand for the life of you what these drivers are saying. I know we cannot afford a second adult on every bus, but I can tell you right there, that would make a change if we could afford something in that manner. Or the drivers who are not full-time or needing more hours, they come back to the compound. I don't know how they would do it, but they would have to be able to get on the bus to support that driver who now has the route. But until the discipline, because I know if a student child cussed me out, I'd be handing in my resignation to Mr. Jones as well. And because it's nothing, or hit me. There have been instances where drivers have been threatened and some action carried through. And so what do you expect out of a human being to accept? And I love the drivers. I love the garage technicians out there. I love the route coordinators. I'm missing somebody. The dispatchers. I know I've missed some people. The custodians out there. Miss Brenda, who has to do all the training. They know how I feel, and they know I will go to the utmost to help them. That's why Attorney Delaney had to step in with me, and I'm not ashamed to say it. But I was supporting the employees who work for us and who need the help. So I will be meeting with the superintendent at my regular time on Friday, and we will be having an extended conversation about what the schools need to be helping to support the discipline. There is no reason that a student is allowed to conduct themselves in that manner, and they're spoken to, and then they're back on the bus. Come on. I ask and challenge each board member to ask Mr. Jones the toughest bus, I want to be assigned for a day of riding and see what you think. This is not a collective bargaining time, so I'm not going to get into the funding. But I have said what I needed to say as far as funding in years past. But I'm very concerned that we are not regulating what is occurring. And the new person, did he leave? I'm sorry, I need to be able to pronounce your name.
Chung, C-H-U-N-G.
Chung, C-H. Okay, got it. As many times as I've been to the compound, I've not had the pleasure of meeting you, but I'd like to talk with you as well once I get permission from the superintendent.
Okay.
One of the things that I know we need, and I have said this before, instead of maybe privatizing, but we need to go to our colleagues down the street with the city and the ones across the street with the county to give us some support, not necessarily with their buses, but they know how to drive, they have their CDLs, that they would support us in helping us during this traumatic time. Our children, students, must get to school. And as colleague Certain said, definitely the schools that we are under the microscope of the state, our SI schools. So I'm so glad to hear Mr. Andrews say that the two of you or the three of you will get on that ASAP. But when you listen, and I think that meeting went maybe a little over an hour or an hour and a half, but when you listen to the pleas of the persons who are responsible for getting our children to the school and getting them back home in the afternoons, you cannot just shut off leave meeting on Zoom and not think about it. I've been carrying this for days now since that meeting. It's hours because it's so heart-wrenching. And I know Mr. Rella on this side of the room has a lot to say. But the next meeting, Mr. Jones, he needs to be on that Zoom meeting, the next one that you have. And I think your employees are appreciative of you because this really has not happened. And I can name the directors and my involvement. And I knew what they were going to be saying. I don't know what the morning employees wanted, but I knew what the afternoon, and I'm glad, Mr. Jones, that you have, if not all of them, the majority of what they were requesting. I stand by them totally. I even try to wave, which I know they can't wave back, but I'm on the road a lot. And I'm so proud when I see the glistening yellow buses with white tops coming by me. And I'm always, but I told you, Mr. Jones, from now on, I'm going to write down the numbers on the side and on the bumper, because they're two different numbers. And I remember what I was told why you have two different numbers on your buses. But I'm going to write them down because there are some drivers who are trying to push to get to their next route. And they've done some things that I think, for me as a driver, I shouldn't be doing it. But I know they're not supposed to be doing it. But it's because of the issue, I'm sure, trying to get to the next place that they have to go. They are colleagues, the employees who have to do this, they are phenomenal. They really are. And to get up and be at the compound by 5:30 or 6 a.m., whew, and the things they have to take, they're good. They're good. I hope that we would consider contacting the city manager, county manager, to see if we can collaborate together, not forever, but until we can get through this period of time. Our students lose learning when they're not in their seats when the bell rings. They lose their breakfast as well. And some of the managers need to attend to that, because if they haven't eaten since the night before, they need something in their stomachs. And a pack of crackers are not going to do it. I'm hoping that with everything Mr. Jones and Chung have presented, that we would be willing to do everything in our power that's not going to put us in a deficit with money, but hopefully people need to understand. The public, I don't know if they're listening or even care, but the many calls that we get about late buses in the afternoon, late buses picking up students in the morning, it's overwhelming. Especially, I can't get a CDL. What Mrs. Days presented this afternoon probably wouldn't fly because of insurances and liabilities. But at least she was thinking, like she said, out of the box. I'm hoping that we as a group of educators and board folk will attend to this like we are going to attend with Going Merry, like we are going to attend with ESE, like we will be attending with the strategic planning process. But this is critical. This is critical because who we are taking to school and taking back home are precious, precious packages. I'm hoping that Friday afternoon, that my conversation with the superintendent will certainly put in some pluses, and some of the ideas that you have recommended will happen. I'm not going to say many of the things Mrs. Certain has stated because that would be redundant. But I want the employees of transportation know, Mr. Chung, you might be new. I totally support you, just as I support instructional staff, just as I support non-instructional personnel, all of you who get up every day and come to some part of the system of this school district. You are too critical and you're too important. And everything that you tell me, I'm going to try my best to get the people in power. And someone said to me the other day, you are power. No, I'm not. We have a line of protocol, and I'm taking it to the best, the top. And I'm hoping she will be communicating with you, Mr. Andrew, and she will be communicating with you, Mr. Jones. And I'm not sure your capacity, Mr. Chung, but if you are important, like I think you are, then with you as well. Mr. Rudy and Mrs. Vinson, I don't want to put you out there, but because you have been here since 2 o'clock, I think the chair, if you want to, deserves to have you to speak. You've been with us a long time, and Mr. Rudy, you are the historian of the Alachua County School Board Transportation. You know it, and you know what we've been through for years together, and some things need to change, and change now. Mr. Chairman, I've had my say for now. Doesn't mean that I'm done.
Dr. Paulson.
I forgot, I can't remember.
Okay. Well, I had a couple of remarks, and I think, first of all, to all the transportation workers, we ask you to do the impossible, and more often than not, you do the impossible. More than I could do. So I thank you. And Mr. Jones and Mr. Anderson, I do appreciate, I think, a very thorough report, something that I needed to hear, and I think we all needed to hear. And I think on 2 occasions, Mr. Jones, you said we can't hire our way out of this. And so I think that makes it even more important for these list of ideas, which I think is 2 pages, a great start. And what we're going to have to do is sort of addition by subtraction. We're going to have to say, we're going to have to, and you're already in the process of doing this, but we're going to have to change what we can offer to make what we're doing the best it can be. We know what we'd like to do, but if we have this many openings, then we have to prioritize service. And I think you gave us that your priority. But we as a district might have to say, we can't offer everything to everybody, because we've got to keep with the priorities that Mr. Jones laid out. So I would encourage Mr. Andrew and to continue, and your staff and your department, to continue with the innovation and trying to think of more what you need. And of course, I think it's the first step here is the information you've given us. But I do hope that you will continue to let board members know, let the superintendent know what you need to improve things. And it's always the bottom line for the children. But if we don't take care of the employees, we're not taking care of the children. So it's both. So I really, really appreciate what you've presented to us. Ms. McNeely made a suggestion for some others to speak. It's your presentation, so that's really up to you, but I'll turn it back over to you.
Let me tell you something about Mr. Rudy and Ms. Vincent. I was maybe 2 to 3 months into this, and I said to myself, I can't do this. It's just that difficult every day when you get up, and it's a 6-to-6 job. So you're gonna be there from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. And with their support, every day they would come in and talk to me. You can do this. We're gonna help you get through this. So without them, I wouldn't be at transportation right now. That's how I feel. I love Mr. Rudy, and they just don't know how much I think about them and Ms. Vincent. So of course, they can come up anytime and talk if they would like to.
Good afternoon. Most of y'all know me, but I'm real proud of Mr. Jones. I've been knowing Shane forever, Mr. Andrew forever, and I just want to say one thing, and it ain't nothing on you, Miss Certain, but you know when he mentioned that 8-hour thing, you know that's my pet peeve. Okay, and I think you don't quite understand what it's about because you made the comment that people's going to be sitting around doing nothing. But you got to understand, everybody don't come to work at 5 o'clock. Everybody don't come to work at 6. Everybody don't come to work at 6:30. You got them staggered all through. Okay, now, if you bring the peoples in, they're not going to be sitting down because when Miss Vincent is not on her bus this morning, I got somebody right here to fill in. And that's the purpose of it, because now we are short of employees, very, very short. And we need that overflush to cover. So what? If we pay 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon, we're going to cut down all that overtime that's being done during the day. Look at the overtime sheets in transportation, and you'll see just what I'm talking about. We got more overtime in the midday between 9:30 and 12:30. That's where all your time, but you will have people to cover that. You will have people to do that work. They won't be just sitting around. And I'm so dedicated to this county till I don't know how to leave. I just can't go nowhere. But I need to. I'm getting old. People, I'll be 75 years old this year in November. Thank y'all very much.
Good afternoon. I tried to write it down so I could be fast. I'm Mary Vincent.
Mike.
I really, really love my coworkers, and I work hard for my coworkers. And I thank Mr. Jones for everything that he has endured for us as a department. My first thing was like, someone said something about discipline. The first rule on that bus is obey the driver. If that is done, the discipline will be in order, because the drivers are going through a lot. But those rules that are set on that bus is not followed, because the first rule is obey the driver. That would end it right there if they would just do that. The other thing is that we have, The other thing that we have is that we got some good drivers that's getting ready to retire, like Mr. Jones stated. Now, you got 5 to 7 drivers retiring that's dependable, that you know is gonna come to work and gonna serve your department. We need to find a way. Out of the 7, you got 5 want to come back to work. That's 5 more dependable drivers that would do that extra mile. Okay, you say DES, we can't do that? What about OPS? Is that not a possibility? This is just something I'm throwing out there. With OPS, you don't have to pay all of the benefits. Plus, you got drivers at the age where they may not need all that extra benefit. But you'll have someone that you can depend on to get our children and know how to get our children, because they've been doing it for 30 plus years. The other thing is we have got to, as a department, we have got to get our children off the street. Elementary are in the dark. Those kids got to be picked up, and they got to get to school. We can't do it all. We need the school to allow us to drop these kids at 7 o'clock, because those extra 15 minutes, that driver can get into the next zone of high school and get those kids on time. Then the next zone of middle school, those 15 minutes will make a big difference to trying to get these kids at school on time. We got some important dates coming up. We got tests coming up. These kids need to be there. We're not asking for a long period of time, but we're asking to help us get through to the end of the school term so that we can relook at a lot of things. A lot of stuff takes time because it sits on people's desks for whatever long time, and you can't get anything done because of these rules and regulations. That is what's tying my director's hand. A lot of the rules and regulations that we have to follow. But yet and still, you're expecting us to be able to do these things. And so we need help from each other. This county is not just transportation, it's all of us. We're asking for 3.5 more months to help us get through this year. We don't need to blame anybody, but we need answers of solutions to get us past that point and get these children through this school year so that we can make it better come August. We don't think about the traffic in this town. The traffic in certain parts of this town will delay you. There's a whole lot of things we have to consider, but we don't have the time right now to go into that. Alachua County is growing. Go out here by town of Tioga. It's a whole new world. These people are coming in with children that's going to be in school. You need to think about that coming in August. There's a lot we need to work on, but right now, we just need to get these kids off the street, and these are our most, critical. The parents can't leave these kids because it's dark, and they cannot leave them alone because they're of their age. But still, that parent that's working has got to get to school. Got to get to work because they're also employed. And one thing, this is my last part, I want to think about it. And I think all of our bus drivers who have children, remember, they're parents too. Remember, their children are out there too. And remember, their children are not getting home either. And remember, those bus drivers are employees. So the same thing that our community is going through with the kids not being picked up, or the kids being late getting home, our bus drivers are doing that while they're picking up somebody else's children. Their own children are caught up in that too. So we sympathize. I understand how the public is feeling. They're parents, they're taxpayers, they're employees. Bus drivers are parents, taxpayers, and employees. So in the midst of all of this, let us work together. We got to work together. There's just no other way. We need the schools to jump on this. We're here trying to jump on it, and we can get it done, but it's going to take us to blend together and become a unit to get through these 3.5 months. And that's what we're asking for right now. We're not going to even worry about a long term. We just want to get through these 3.5 months so that hopefully this summer we can make a better plan and come up with a better situation coming August. Thank y'all.
Mr. Hyatt? I just want to tell them something.
Dr. Paulson,
Rudy, you too.
get up to your mic.
I think I heard these speeches before. And if they listen to you, they'll be lucky. We'll get through this. I've heard your, especially the one just sitting around, remember?
Too old to stay around.
Sitting around, said people just sitting around. I think I got a speech on that one time.
I can handle it.
No, I'm the one who can handle it. Well, I'm listening to you. Okay?
Yeah, we go back a long way.
Good job, you two.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paulson. Do we have any other comments from board members? If not, thank you very much for time and information that we needed to spend on this. So thanks for the information, and as Ms. Vincent says, let's let's get something done here. Okay, I really appreciate it. Okay, next is Dr. Simon.
Thanks, Board. I know that this is a long workshop, so I will try to move quickly through the slides. But what we would like to do is to talk about going through the strategic planning process again. It's an important organizational step that we have strategic planning processes where we can meet with the community, engage our stakeholders, look at our current situation, and determine, if our goals that currently exist need to be adapted. We also have the opportunities where we can look at our missions and our goals. And one thing I am interested in, which I will talk about further, are our outcomes. Just a review of what a strategic planning process is. This is an opportunity where you should be doing these about 3 to 5 years, and you would go through this process where you're engaging the community and you're taking in this information and you're modifying, because we have an organization that has to adapt to the environment and our needs change. And those of us who've now really had quite a bit of experience with the pandemic, many things have changed for us, including how we deliver instruction. It's also an opportunity, and this is something that we have heard repeatedly, are the needs for us to engage our stakeholders. We have a large county school system. We have many different needs throughout this county. Some are community needs as far as townships. Some are student needs as far as like students with disabilities. And we also have our students who may come from high poverty families and other complexities that we just need to make sure that we're providing these opportunities to get the information and to synthesize this information to determine our next steps. The other opportunity that the strategic planning process will provide us, and I think right now especially associated with our ESSER funding, is a way for us to be more efficient and effective with our funding. And so when we have these plans mapped out for an extended period of time, it allows us to focus our funding where we need the funding based on community feedback. It also helps us to keep from duplicating services or having any redundancy. So again, the interest that I think we will find in this process is really the profound community engagement. So first off, we've run into just limitations where for 2 years we have not been able to be together in certain time periods, especially when we're in a surge. We also know that when we were in the lockdown, we had it where people were just not leaving their homes. And so we have had an extended period of time where people really have not been able to come together, to talk, to communicate, and honestly to get to know each other. And I think that's probably one of the big issues that we're having just around the world, is that when you don't communicate, things start to break down, and relationships are very much formed by communication. The last community engagement in the strategic planning process was in 2013. It's 2022, so that is some time period. So again, we do see these as opportunities, and the other topic that we hear quite a bit are the discussions about rezoning. I don't believe that we will have any situation where we talk to people from the community and the topic of rezoning doesn't come up. This is an issue for everyone, whether you are at an over-enrolled school, an under-enrolled school. If you're a municipality and you're concerned about the school within your community, this is also going to come up. So I think what we'll be able to do is have this merging of getting through this strategic planning process, doing the engagement, assessing our goals, evaluating where we are. Excuse me, it really is. It's program evaluation of our organization. This will help us also with addressing the rezoning needs that we know need to be taken on. The other thing that I appreciate about this process is when we were working with these facilitators, it's also a robust, logical approach in the sense that we are all over the county. We are recording this information. We are looking for trends and trying to synthesize this and share it with the community. So what we're expecting this process to look like is that we do believe that we need to have an external facilitator. This would be where we have an individual who is not from this community, who doesn't have the relationships and perhaps the biases involved, and so they can come and help facilitate this process. I think as the school district, this will help with trust in the sense that the community members will not feel as though we are trying to push a needle one way or another because we have skin in the game, essentially. There will be focus groups, so we can focus on specific student populations or groups that are interested in topics. And then we also would have just in general community engagement workshops. The goal is to have about 7 to 10. These can be in both face-to-face settings and virtual. I think for us to make sure that we cast a wide net, we should have both of these. Then we would have this process where they take the information that they receive in these feedback sessions, they support us by analyzing the feedback, synthesizing this feedback, and helping us actually create this strategic map and plan. And the other thing that this will focus on is also making sure that we have that level of accountability. I know Dr. Paulson is very much dedicated to the strategic plan that he founded in 2013, and he has been asking superintendents and board members to continually come back and address this. And I think one of the things that would really help is when we go through this engagement part of the strategic planning process, it also embeds how often we need to do this, what it looks like, so we can get out of the experience what we hope to. And I know this is very important to Dr. Paulson. So I see this as an opportunity, not only like I have shared, for us to engage the community, but this is a time for us to reevaluate our goals, our objectives, and our outcomes. First off, do these goals, objectives, and outcomes currently align right now with our situation? Many things have changed. Like, just as an example, right now in our MOU with the ACEA, our teachers are asked to put the course content on our Canvas course. Well, Canvas really has entered our lives since the pandemic. And so that would not be something that would have been involved with these goals. And I think that's something that we need to look at, because although our online instruction had a kind of bumpy start, considering it had to be created out of really nothing almost overnight for our teachers, there is a lot for online instruction. We know our children learn this way. We know that they are watching YouTube videos to figure out how to do all sorts of things. And this would be something that I think we would have to look at for goals of how do we look at our online instruction. And so that's just one example of why I think that we need to take this time to look at our existing goals and just evaluate. Some may not need to be changed at all. Some may need to have some minor modifications, and we may find that we need some new goals because things have changed. On top of this, one of the things that we have also discussed is we do have the equity plan, and the equity plan is secondary. So we have the strategic plan and we have an equity plan. I think that what we should do, because equity is important to all students, having access to programs and students having an equitable experience across our district, I think we need to look at it through that lens as well of how do we make sure in our goals they are equitable goals and they are reaching the equitable experience for as many students as possible. We need to make sure that that's happening, and that's why I think it would also help us to have it as one document and not two separate documents. I mentioned this a while ago in my vision presentation, and this is the discussion of outcomes. The goals right now in the strategic plan, they have outcomes, outputs. And what I would like us to start to expand this to is outcomes, impacts, and system changing. So this is just taking it to the next level. So outputs are helpful because they are measurable, but the outcome is really, what do we want this experience to look like? More than what is the graduation rate. It's where are students going to school after they graduate? What are they doing with their lives after they graduate? And how do we know that it's successful, and how do we know when we need to go back and reevaluate? So we have spoken to you all before, and we did mention a company that we had seen, they had submitted a proposal. Because we are looking at funding this with ESSER, and because we are also making sure that we do as many responsible and conservative things with valuable education dollars, what we would like to do is actually go through the RFP process. The request for proposal process, this is where we talk about what we are wanting, and then we have organizations and businesses bid on it, and then we go through a process of evaluating this. And it allows us to see multiple approaches to solve the same problem. So I think that will, one, expand our variety of choices so we can determine exactly what organization could offer us the solution that we're looking for. As I said, it is also financially a responsible decision, but I also think it's an educational and community responsible decision because, like I said, we will have multiple approaches, and I think we might find that another opportunity at another business is better than the one that we previously have seen. Again, this would also help us as a cost savings because this now makes it a more competitive bidding process. Disadvantages, really the disadvantage, especially for a person like me who can be impatient at times, it takes more time. And we also do have quite a bit of rules that we need to follow, like the cone of silence, where we cannot talk to vendors in the bidding window. So we have this timeline. We actually think we can move this up a bit, but we think that this is a conservative approach, especially based on the feedback that we received with you all today. We have a draft request for proposal right now that we have. We're going to do some reviewing and make sure that we appreciate the document, and then we will post it. So if we go by this timeline, the RFP would be posted on Valentine's Day. We would have a period where individuals can ask questions, but they can only ask questions to certain individuals because we have the cone of silence. And then the RFP process would close. And so there's many stages inside as far as the evaluation and what the district has to do. But based on the timeline and based on spring break, with our conservative approach, we would be able to bring the contract to the board of the bid that we would like to work with on the April 5th, 2022. We think we may be able to move this up, but honestly, we'd like to manage your expectations and start here. I think with this timeline, this actually might work out fairly well. We have our own community engagement that we'll be working on just as the district, but for the strategic planning process, what this would allow was essentially April, May, June, July, that whole time period for us to do these engagement sessions. And along with the fact that we have the school board and the election cycle, this might be a very good timing. So like what happened to Mr. Hyatt when he first became a board member, the strategic planning process kind of rolled right into the election period. So board members would come in with a very good idea of what the community is looking for, and hopefully they'd even be able to have experiences with that strategic planning process to engage the community just as candidates for the positions as well. We do have board policy that does align with strategic planning processes. It essentially is just, one of these things that it is the responsibility of a district and the board to reevaluate their programs and go through a strategic planning process. It's pretty common practice in organizations and especially in school districts. It also does align with things that we have discussed as far as in my evaluation process, and one of those would be the strategic priorities. And this is something that, as a superintendent, I can tell you that type of guidance is really necessary in order to know what the board wants and to make sure at the end of the year when the evaluation process occurs that there is an actual goalpost that the superintendent knows of. That was one of the, frustrations I had, at least in this year, was just not really knowing exactly what are the goals that the board was looking for. So this is connected with the strategic planning process, because you'd have those goals and then the board would define what the strategic priorities are for the year. The things that we have seen with some of these proposals from these businesses that do this is that they actually will help support the board by not only mapping out how to get to these goals, but also giving reasonable timelines and benchmarks for the board to know that they are successfully on the right path with the right timing. And that is it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public input? Okay, Dr. Paulson.
As you said, I've been involved with 2 strategic plans in this county. In 1999, and then again in 2012, not 2013. But there was a gap in there when Dr. Boyd first came in, when I wanted a strategic plan again. And I've been involved with 6 strategic plans with different organizations, ACEA, the Central Labor Council, besides our place here, and 2 of them here in this district, that's 4. And one cause, I thought you have to have enough meetings with the public. That's number 1. I didn't hear that right away, but that's what we have to have. I think one of the problems we got caused with what happened with your evaluation was in June 15th, we were going to meet like we did at least twice a year to update the strategic plan. And we didn't do it. It's in the agendas, and it said we're going to update the strategic plan, and that never happened. And that caused a problem later on in November with the evaluation. That's why I'm bringing that up. That's where that problem came. So I really, next, I also know back in 1999, it was very expensive to hire somebody. Very expensive. And we need to see the cost of this, what's going to happen before we make it. We shouldn't make a decision without getting the cost. That's at least my point. And like I said, I've been involved with quite a few of these. And I do believe in them. And we need to have it to steer us in the right direction. But I don't want to rush this process.
Oh, I think you are right. It needs to be very much deliberate. And I guess what I misspoke with the 2013 was the strategic planning process actually went from 2012 to 14. I believe the last community engagement where you actually had these meetings, that was in spring of 2013. So you did start it in 12, but I think
we had other ways that we did it. I'm the guy that had put the DAC together too, District Advisory Council. And that district, just as one example, was a way to talk to the school board. And then that didn't meet for almost a year.
So under my superintendency, you have met every DAC expectation.
But you didn't meet it for the first 9 months. I've even got the emails. I don't want to get into that. I'm just saying, I had to keep asking. So I don't think we should rush this. I think we should get a estimate to see if it's worth our while, or if we think each one of us, we might not. Maybe I'm the only one that will look to try to make sure we don't spend too much money.
So I think that's what the bidding process will provide us, is those estimates, because we would bring it to the board for you all to vote. It's really not something that we would do. In fact, we're not allowed to. It's the board makes that vote because of the cost.
If we're going to go out okay. Another thing is, when we had that gap between the one that was started, we had from 1999, I'm sorry I've been around this long, and we didn't, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Oh, I have no intention of that.
Well, I don't know that. That's why I'm asking it, though.
Well, on public meeting, I have no intention of throwing the baby out with the
And
bathwater.
I think we can come back again. Bring back people, let us know exactly what the process can be, and then they can tell, well, I think they need to tell us who they're gonna go with, like, get community groups, because we're gonna have to go throughout this community. We did that last time.
Of course. So on April 5th, or sooner, depending on our timeline, not only will we bring you all the proposal, we will also bring the business, and they will share all of the information of what they are proposing in the bill, or in the bid. You will not be left in the dark on this, and we do very much feel that we need to make sure we are very deliberate and focused, because right now it's clearly needed that we not only as a community need to come together, but this is also something for the board to be able to really focus on, because this is so important, and it will not be successful if it doesn't have your support.
I felt about all these different things. I think we should involve the community. And I was frustrated. I was frustrated with the DAC. I'm frustrated that we didn't get to set the goals that it's in, anybody can go to our minutes and everything, and see that, we were gonna,
The strategic priorities, I don't believe have been done since 2019, and I wasn't the
we
superintendent.
were gonna do that, we still had priorities that we had.
Those were from previous years, and it's a yearly strategic priority process.
You meet and redo them is what we do. And then you go out and you approve them.
So for moving forward, I would like us to focus on that.
I hear that.
I think it was not done in the
But I
past.
want to make sure this is clear. I don't want another DAC. I don't want another.
DAC has
June
met,
5th.
it's 4 times. It has had its meeting, and
You
in
know
fact,
what,
we have
it
already met.
didn't meet for almost 9 months, and then it met 3 or 4 times in a month. This is something we don't need to discuss. Just the idea, I want the DAC. The DAC was a way for the school board here to communicate with the public and with the teachers and those kind of groups.
Dr. Paulson, DAC met last week.
Right, but it didn't meet, I could bring an email in here and the whole process, trying to get it back going again, is in that email. It was in July 13th.
You shared your concerns, and we took care of your concerns immediately when you brought them to our attention.
I'm trying to just say what I think we need. I've got a couple emails. I was frustrating trying to get it back running. Frustrating.
And we heard you, and we got it back running.
Good, I want people to know, and I want you to know right now, I don't want to be frustrated again. I want the public to have input. And that's what these things that we put together. We started a PTA because of the strategic plan. And the PTA is going great guns now. That's just an example. So I want to see how much this cost. I thought it cost too much in 1999, but then maybe I was young then. Well, I probably wasn't young then either. But the thing about it is, I want this process, if it's going to be done, I don't want it rushed. I don't. If the rest of the board wants it rushed, that's up to them, but I don't. So I'm putting that out.
Feel it's being rushed right now?
Well, I thought we could have met and reset our goals and see if they're up to date, because again, and then we could have used it in December and January to do the evaluation. That's what I
guess I'm confused about how that rushing, but then you want us to work.
I want it now. I want to see how much it costs and see if I think it's, personally, if it's worthwhile going out or just doing it ourselves, like we did last time.
I fundamentally feel it would be an enormous mistake if we did it ourselves, because I think right now, and we have heard it at our board meetings, there is an enormous complexity associated with trust. And I think it is in our best interest to have an individual and team who do not have strings attached to this community to help us through this process.
And you're putting it on the line, and I'm putting it on the line. That's not, nothing, you can't go wrong if you are upfront with each other. And I think right now we're being upfront with each other.
Excuse me.
And so I'm gonna think about it, and you know, and give you how I feel. And the other board members, I don't run them. Can't even talk to him. He's a friend of mine. I can't talk to him on the phone in 5-6 months. So, so I just think I just wanted this said tonight. I think we should have had this strategic plan. We could have done this a month and a half ago. And then we could have used it for your evaluation.
I mean, so Dr. Paulson, my understanding of the strategic planning process is this is going to be quite a few months. One of the things that I just do really need the board to also understand, navigating this year with 2 surges in the pandemic, that has occupied an enormous amount of time. So when we would not be in a pandemic, then perhaps that would, you know, be something that we could do. But we did have health priorities that moved some of the things that are on our list further back, and that was unfortunately.
We also met on June 15th. It specifically said, we're gonna update these goals and priorities.
That was the goal in the board agenda. I remember this, and that was the goal in the board agenda, and then Delta occurred.
Okay, I'm just telling you, and that's when, what got me going on it is when you said that we didn't have direction to do the evaluation. Then you went ahead and did a self-evaluation, which was never voted on, and that's okay. I mean, but that's water under the bridge.
That was the advice of the board attorney
I
to do the
can't help that either.
self-evaluation, and I'm sure Mr. Delaney would love to speak to that.
Well, wasn't any vote on it. And you told me in December 7th, there had to be a vote. You remember that? When I wanted to have a narrative? So when all that was, I know, I looked at, and I said there wasn't a vote June 1st, there wasn't a vote June 15th. So, then we went ahead and did it, but we did it without the vote. But we didn't do it again in December 7th. I mean, that's just a fact. So what I want, if, just get a cost for this, for me, I'd like to see how much this is gonna cost. If you're gonna put out an RFP, let's see if it's cost, and if I think it's worthwhile, it might be I'm the outlier.
So no later than April 5th, you will know the cost, you will know all the details of what is being proposed, and you will have the ability to determine if that's the path you want to
And
take.
this is good, we're being honest and upfront with each other.
I'm always honest.
I said, we're being honest and upfront. Let's not make it any more than it is.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Simon. And Ms. Certain stepped out for a minute, so next is Ms. Russell.
Thank you, Chairman Hyatt. Have a couple of things. First, for those of you who've been on the board a long time, does it take this long to get to it? I mean, it just seems like it's so important and so necessary, and it's going to be 2 months before we can actually begin. So that's what I was wondering. It seems like it takes us so long to do so many things. And I'm not sure what the solution to that is, whether we need to have more meetings or what, but, so that's one thing. And the second thing is this policy 1040 evaluation of the superintendent. That's what I was trying to get at last night. What is, and this spells it out. We have a policy that tells us what to do after we've had an evaluation of the superintendent. That's what I was getting at last night. Where do we go from here? And here it is spelled out. So I'm glad to see that. I still want to talk about it sooner on March the 1st, if that's the earliest we can get to it. I don't know why we couldn't talk about it next week, since it is here in a policy, but if we have to notice it and all that, then I understand that, but I was really, when I saw this, I thought, why couldn't we just have gotten to this last night? It might have saved some tension or something, because this is a natural thing. It's not that we've created something that's out of the ordinary. It's this policy. It's our policy to do what we want to do on March the 1st. So anyway, there's that.
Well, I'm going to speak to that just a second, and I'd like to get back to the subject of strategic planning, but it was my understanding, based on my experience, that that for any subject to be on an action, actually be on the agenda at all, there has to be a 7-day notice, and at that time, the next week was already noticed, to make sure, because if you looked up someone who's not always right in the dictionary, you see me, see my picture. And so I checked with Ms. Mickens, the attorney, just to make sure, and Ms. Mickens said that I was correct on that. So that's the reason. It is. Mr. Delaney can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's actually statute that we have to have a 7-day notice, and so that is the reason. Now, so that's my answer, but I hope we can come back to strategic plan, and Ms. Surden is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to apologize to you right now, because what I'm about to say doesn't relate to the strategic plan, but I'm going to say that, and then it does tangentially relate. But Dr. Simon has proposed for us to consider as a board, us going back, instead of the staff recommending that we go with the company Cognia, I think if I recall correctly, that was in our ESSER plan at the last meeting a few weeks ago. She has proposed that we instead take the process, the RFP process or path to secure a vendor, in which we would go through these steps here. So what I want to say is that we just had a whole lot of discussion about historical things from a whole lot of years ago, and I don't know if y'all recall the issues that I brought up back in 2019 with the RFP process for the real estate services contract. Do y'all recall that? I asked questions because that RFP went out, and there are rules that are in our policy that are supposed to be followed by staff, and they weren't followed in that particular process, and I raised that.
You didn't raise it during the.
I raised it afterwards when we had the opportunity to address it, and it was ignored. It was one of our staff people violated the cone of silence. They even accepted a contract and signed it, and the board approved it with someone who did not submit it. So we just had a whole lot of discussion, and no one reviewed that contract beforehand, and to address some of the deficiencies and things that are kind of an albatross around our neck now that led us down a path that wasn't prudent. So I appreciate your history on the strategic planning process, and Dr. Simon, I appreciate you bringing to us your suggestion for us to go through this RFP process and have vendors come, and whereby they would submit their proposal for how they would take us or guide us as a community and as a district through the strategic planning process. These dates are estimates, but in that RFP, the submitter would tell us what their costs would be. Fixed costs, I've seen them, sometimes they'll have a fixed cost for their services. It may include some travel, it may include some other miscellaneous things, but all of those things will be outlined, and as our superintendent has said, and which is usually in part of this process here, the purchasing staff or accounts payable, I see Mr. Jeff Garcia, that's right, Mr. Garcia would walk through that, him and his folks, and there would likely be, I don't know if he does it the way he did the auditing contract, but I was, when I was co-chair, Dr. McNeely yielded that to me to participate in that process with them. to evaluate the proposals that were submitted. But there's a team of folks that do that. I think that process was contaminated as it relates to the real estate services contract. Our board policy was not followed. And so I have every faith that in this time it would be followed, our policies would be followed, but I don't see this timeline here as being rushed at all. I'm hoping that COVID does stay down and we don't have surges the way we did that just disrupted everything. I mean, I haven't had a vacation in 3 years. I know you guys probably don't care, but the reason I didn't, we had trips planned, but we had COVID surges, and so it wasn't safe to travel. And there was a lot of things we didn't do in our community here and in our personal lives because of the health and safety factor. And just as our teachers have had to take on more, Dr. Simon and her administrative team, they've all been running around and shifting and adjusting to deal with that. So I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to the process. I want community engagement. I'm reminded also back to August of 2018 when I was elected, and the equity plan was kind of rolled out, and so many members, this room was packed full. I mean, people standing around the walls, and implored you guys not to adopt that plan, and the community was ignored, and it was voted upon. I even think some promises were made before that plan wouldn't be considered, and it was. So I vow not to do that. We'll go through this, and we really do want to hear what our community has to say, and we want to bring forth some things. We have the ESSER funding, and we really are at a pivotal point in our community and in our education system. And unfortunately, things don't move fast. We're governed by Florida statute as to what can be on the agenda and when, and if we have special meetings and all that stuff, you have to notice them, and that's all in policy. That wasn't something that's made up on the fly, and we address those things. But I think that when we want to bring up policy and do things, let's try to embrace all of the policies and follow all of them, not just pick and choose the ones we want to follow and point out to some people and badger them about them not doing something according to how you want. And then maybe we really can be together. But I do like what you said, the timeline and the community engagement. It leads into the election cycle, and any candidate that's running in the community would know, and the person would come on board with a measure of knowledge of what has been shared in the community and those things that they're following. That it's information is there, but it has been harder to get out and to meet with people. Even our own meetings have changed. We were virtual during the height of the pandemic, and we came back into the boardroom, and folks could communicate. We're in a hybrid method right now. And like the county, the Board of County Commissioners, I'm not sure about the city, but I think they stopped and they're just all now in person. But things are changing, and I think us as elected officials representing our community, we've got to go with the fluidity of that, and we've got to obey the rules. We're doing that. We've been doing that. And things take time. There's nothing in this particular system. That was the biggest adjustment for me, that it doesn't always go quick, and it's a big shift, and it takes a long time to turn it, and then there's just our policies and procedures, and then just some state statutes. Some of the stuff we don't govern, not the strategic planning. There are other things that we do, but there are rules that we have to follow. But I appreciate you sharing with us your process of proposing for us, because it is indeed a board decision, and the RFPs will come back, and those things will come out, and we'll all have to collectively evaluate what's been presented, read it all, and see if we think we can support that, and we vote to approve that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Russell.
First of all, I wasn't intending to criticize you, Chairman, for the agenda thing. I do understand the statutory requirements.
Well, I didn't feel like you were criticizing me at all. I just wanted to explain my deliberation of this is what I thought the policy is, and let me double check with the attorney. I got an answer from the attorney, and no apology needed. There was no offense.
Thank you, because I didn't intend that. The other thing I would like to suggest is that the next time we do evaluations, that because this is our policy, we just plan
if we have to put it on the agenda and spell it out or whatever we need to do, to go ahead and follow up as our policy requires us to do, plan to do that. I mean, in all of my experiences with evaluations, they always have an outcome and a purpose, and indeed it does have one for us too. So I would just like to suggest that we keep that in mind the next time to go ahead and do follow-up and follow-through. Would be helpful to us going forward.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention that when we were approving the ESSER spending plan, I hesitate to call it a budget. My recollection is in that area there was $250,000 set aside. Now that does not mean that $250,000 would be spent. That was simply a slot, and we needed to get that information to Tallahassee, my favorite word, by, I believe it was January 29th. And so all of that is amendable. All of that, if we chose not to spend that, it could be moved to another pocket somewhere. But so that was, and I did have a conversation with Dr. Simon following that, or I'm trying to think when it was, but I was very concerned about that figure, and it was explained that would possibly be total cost, but the amount going to the vendor would be quite a bit less than that. So that's if that helps anybody. And just a couple of comments. When we were doing, talking about public comment, which I think everybody on the dais, as well as the superintendent, feels is crucial. When we were rezoning for what is now Terwilliger, we had about 6 weeks of public input with meetings and getting feedback. What is your preference, this and that, and then we just tossed it all out and went with plan F, and then after we'd already discussed plans A through E. So what my only point there, and that could either be a right decision or a wrong decision. If it's the board's decision, it's the board's decision. But it's very important that not only do we engage the community, the parents, the employees, but that we really incorporate that. We don't want to waste people's time. We want to make sure if we're consulting you that we're going to somehow fit that into the plan. Because if not, then we're doing a disservice. So I'll just say that up front, and also as far as COVID goes, kudos to the superintendent and to the staff that followed board directives, that that were very careful to see that our children and employees were as safe as they could be. But the world doesn't stop. So if we get to a situation, again, we'd all like to think, like late June, early July, we all thought, hey, looking good. And then boom, that all changed. But rather than delay the process, if we have to move some of these community activities to Zoom, we have to do it. I'd rather do that than just say, okay, we'll do this whenever COVID's done. And that in no way is a criticism of what we've done in the past. It's just a matter of, let's realize that moving forward, let's have a backup plan in case the health situation dictates that we have to change. So I think that was my only point, and I think Ms. Certain had another comment.
Mr. Hyde, I think, and I want us to really kind of be clear. When we were talking about all of those, the different options, that was when we were going to leave Terwilliger open. And Dr. Paulson came in and he said to us in the meeting, we got too many schools open, and he shared some stats about how many students Marion County has and all of that, and he felt we should close the school. The students that were impacted by Terwilliger's closing, potential closing, those parents had not been engaged in the previous 6 weeks. They weren't part of those A through D or however many options that Ms. Neal and those brought to us and Mr. Gilbert. Terwilliger was a new addition, and so we agreed here, our colleague came and said to us, this will be an extra school that's open. It's gonna cost $1 million some odd. Mr. Rella shared with us the financial impact. And we made a turn. And because of that turn, I said to my colleagues there, I don't feel comfortable.
No, you said you agreed with me.
I agreed with closing the school for the financial impact. But the impact of splitting up those families in the SWAG area to several different schools, when we had not done our outreach with them, we had not given them the same length of time that we gave to the other residents that would have been impacted if we had left Terwilliger open. And I felt it was only fair that we treat those marginalized communities, those communities of parents that are primarily renters. We heard people say, well, they're renters, like it didn't matter. Their children are in school also. And I felt that it was easier and more sensitive to that school community, and respectful of them, to move that whole school intact. So it wasn't that we just eliminated or ignored 6 weeks of our dialogue and discussion with staff and Mr. Gilbert working with us. The equation changed when we decided to transition one school, to close down one school and use another one. That's the reason why we scrapped those other options. It wasn't that we just said, oh, we're not going to do that. We decided to close one school because of the financial impact that it would have on our general fund budget. We got an extra school open.
We didn't know what we were getting.
Dr. Paulson.
Exactly.
No,
And so we did that, and I felt that was only fair. That's what I made the suggestion, and as a board, we agreed. That's what we agreed upon. So that's all I want to say. It wasn't that we just talked about
Well,
we're going to rezone or whatever. I mean,
Okay, I didn't know I said anything controversial, but let me see if I could do a better job. When the board makes a decision, the board makes a decision. I voted against it, and guess what? I lost. I've lost plenty of votes. It was a 4-1 vote to close Terwilliger. Now I'm talking about just closing right now. And my only point was that we engaged parents from, it was first 5, and then it turned out to be 6 schools, getting all of their information, and then we went to an option that hadn't been discussed with those parents. So I'm saying, in fact, I'm not, even though I disagree with the decision, the wisdom of the board outweighs any one board member. I lost, that's fine. But my only point I was trying to make was that if we're going to engage parents and community, let's make sure that we are absolutely serious about incorporating information that they share with us. And that's it. That is the decision and decisions regarding Terwilliger. they've been done, and I lost, and that's fine.
Can I say just one thing?
Um,
It wasn't 4-1. I wanted to spread them out among the 6 schools. Dr. Simon said, you want to just transfer Terwilliger from one location to another. That's all, that's what I.
Well, I was saying 4-1 about selling the schools, so, but anyway, and I apologize if that caused a digression. I didn't intend for it to happen, but I probably did. So, if there is no more.
Mr. Hyatt?
Oh, I'm sorry.
May I just say a couple of things to
Certainly.
some of the points that you made? So first, Ms. Russell, I agree, the pace is challenging. It would be wonderful if it could go sooner, but due to the financial responsibility as well as any liability of not having a bidding process, I think this is the conservative way to go. We do have requirements for how things space out in days, and so unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. But in the Jenny Wise words, sometimes you have to go slow to go fast. She reminds me of that a lot. So I think this is just one of those things that we want to make sure we do it right, and so let's just do that. And Mr. Hyatt is correct. We did budget $250,000 for the strategic process. We have the proposal that I have seen, the range is more than half that at this point, and there's options for you all to customize, and so that is a somewhat flexible number, but we really do not intend on using that $250,000 entirely, so it's really just one of those, I'd rather have more money in the wallet and spend less than I have there, because then we can reallocate that funding in the event we don't. But we do want to make sure that this experience works out well, and so we did want to make sure that we had dedicated funds for this, because we do think it's important, and we also know that community engagement can be complicated, and we want to make sure that we have all additional resources that perhaps we're not calculating in this equation paid for in the event we need to use them. But the goal is to never spend more than our budget ever.
But to be
Ever.
clear, this is just for the strategic plan?
So how I am looking at what the RFP will be, the strategic plan from an outside organization, and they will have the meetings part of this, the focus groups, the materials, the access to the information and the mapping, as well as the process of this experience. So we also are hoping that our individuals will be trained up. But we do also, like I said, we're going to have this 250 is dedicated to this area, but in all likelihood, that funding will not be used for that. We'll just have that money and reallocate it. That's one of the benefits of this ESSER funding going till September 24 is we'll have other needs that we could reallocate.
Okay, that's a whole lot more than I even said tonight. I mean.
So you're pleased?
I said, remember I said the process, if it's over $20,000, it's.
So you're not
This
pleased?
is shocking me.
Well, 1999 was
Okay, but that's from 20,000 to 250,000, or 125,000.
250,000 is not what we're talking about.
What if it's 100?
But I will also say, and I've learned this, I know I'm still in the younger end, but you get what you pay for. And that has been in many things that we experience. If we want to get a robust strategic planning experience that is going to help shape our school district and the direction that we want to go and bring unity, I think it would be worth it. But again, before we start talking actual dollar amounts, why don't we wait till this RFP process is over?
I just want to be clear.
And I will say that this obviously will come to the board for approval or not approval. And so I do appreciate very much the presentation. I appreciate all of our presenters today. It's been a long day, but I learned a whole lot today, and I appreciate every one of the presenters, and thank you for doing what's best for kids, because we need all this.
I thought it was excellent presentation.
Yeah, so thank you, to everybody, and good night. We are dismissed.
Good night, Mr. Calabash.
Exactly.